Good morning, everyone. I am Thandeka and welcome to the Trade Awareness webinar for Beekeeping and Honey, which is targeted for our emerging and aspiring as well as commercial beekeepers, as well as honey producers, traders, provincial extension officers, FPSU members, as well as the public at large who is interested in beekeeping and honey. I'd like to welcome you to this webinar, and I hope we have fruitful discussions, and I hope that we have key takeaways from this. We learn something and we are able to share information as much as possible. Right, we'll start with our welcome address and purpose for the workshop, which is going to be shared by Mr. Mpho Sekgala, who is the Acting Director for Food, Imports and Export Standards at the Department of Agriculture. I believe it's Department of Agriculture now, Mr. Mpho. He was born and bred in the rural areas of Boerdery in Limpopo. He grew up practicing subsistence farming, and he graduated for his BSc in Agriculture, Agronomy and Soil Sciences at the University of Venda in 2005. He is currently the Scientific Manager, Biosecurity Promotion and Awareness in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. He's responsible for the promotion of food safety, quality assurance, animal health, and plant health standards. He worked for the government of South Africa for multiple years. So apart from his current position, he previously occupied quite a number of positions, such as Assistant Director, National Land Care Coordinator, Plant Production Officer, and he's also serving as a member of the Council of South Africa for Natural Scientific Professions as well. So he has a vast knowledge with 20 years work experience, and his work is revolved around issues such as crop production. Please, Mr. Mpho Sekgala, take it away.
Thank you, Program Director. Is my voice audible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. To participants at the level of presenters, the beekeepers, the honey processors, beehive manufacturers, the transport logistics, and most importantly, the organizers, the Dalrrd, Namc, and all government officials from different spheres of government, the SABIO and all key stakeholders in the beekeeping and processing fraternity or the private sector, the Agricultural Research Council, academic institutions that are present in this webinar, the likes of Mazibandlela College, the Elsenberg College of Agriculture, who are known to be playing a critical role in the beekeeping industry, the FAO officials and other international stakeholders, the attaches or minister councillors attached to the different countries or trade blocks by Dalrrd, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to convey our warm greetings from the Department of Agriculture under the leadership of Minister Mr. John Steenhuisen. A very good morning to you all. Allow me to take this opportunity and thank you for making time to be part of this important information sharing session as we seek to advance the beekeeping and honey processing in South Africa. We were gathered here in this virtual session in the midst of the G20 consultative sessions aimed at ensuring reflections on a number of sectoral issues in the quest to advance socio-economic development in South Africa and G20 member states. And we've seen the ARC and other key stakeholders playing a role in advancing the themes that are related to agriculture. And as such, we hope that as the discussions unfold, we so hope that beekeeping will also find expression insofar as reflections on the agricultural and or socio-economic development is concerned. Equally, the South African GNU government has prioritized agriculture as one of the key sectors that can assist in creating jobs and enhancing food security. And in doing that, beekeeping plays a critical role That's why we need to take this sector serious and make sure that we build it and sustain it. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop or information session is brought to you by the Department of Agriculture in collaboration with Namc, the SABIO, and other key stakeholders. And it will bring to you different presenters, as you see from the agenda, from government and private sector, who will share with you information that can assist you to build your businesses. These presenters will be sharing information in respect to the topics reflected on the agenda, just to trigger a discussion that will assist us to build a sustainable beekeeping sector in South Africa, wherein both people, irrespective of color, will participate equally and benefit equally. The reason we organized this workshop or information day is because of the value we attach to beekeeping, honey processing, the health-wise factor, the environmental benefits, and the socioeconomic benefits. Bees are actually essential insects in the agricultural sector, given the role they play through pollination and enhancing food security. And I wonder how much attention are we really paying? I think we need to take ownership of this sector at all levels. From the program level, I think as the government, we need to make sure that we consolidate or measure our programs, the land care, the environmental programs, working for water, working for fire, and so on, work together in making sure that we build an environment that will be able to sustain bees. Program director, some of us, we don't even have a single flowering plant at a household level. This year, let us change that situation. As part of celebrating the 2025 World Bee Day, please make your contribution in taking care of bees before we can even talk about practicing beekeeping as business. So in your household, just plant a flowering plant. At least you would have taken care of a few bees. And in combination, if we are doing that in all the 9 provinces, we would have taken care of the thousands or millions of bees. So bees plays an integral part in the survival of mankind. Some other people say no bees, no life, no bees, no agriculture. So you will tell us what is your view. In his closing statement of the strategic planning session held in Hartebees last year, Minister of Agriculture Nxalati flagged the importance of beekeeping and the need for this sector to find enough support so that it can further assist us in maximizing food security and advance economic development and ensure that we are able to participate in the different or sustain the different markets that we establish in the international arena. So you could see the sector has got support from the current leadership. It had support from the previous leadership. So we need to also, from our different corners of the provinces of South Africa, make sure that we make a contribution, be it from the LED forum perspective or the municipality level. We need to make such contribution and take ownership of this sector. So drawing from the minister's view on beekeeping and the role that can be played by beekeeping on economic development, we hope that going forward, the Department of Agriculture, sister departments, provincial departments of agriculture, provincial departments of economic development, academic institutions, research institutions, LEDs, and community members will indeed play a role or pay attention into this crucial sector. I think I'm still having some 4 minutes. For us to advance beekeeping and honey processing to the next level, the two should find expression or enough expression at training level, curriculum level, market access level, and funding level. It remains undisputable that the honey consumption deficit of about, or supply of about 2,000 tons or so present an opportunity to the South African beekeepers to produce more honey and participate in the different parts of the value chain and make a living through generation of reasonable and sustainable income. You would agree with me, Program Director, that the beekeeping value chain is quite diverse, and we don't need to be beekeepers, all of us. Some people can participate at the processing level, some at the apiary supply, some at the beehive manufacturing, some at the market agent level, some assist the beekeepers to set the processing plants, or the honey processors to set the processing plants, some at the research level, and so on. However, all these need us to be well coordinated, like bees. You could see when they move from one area to another, they are very well coordinated. As they work every morning or the whole day, they are well coordinated. So, Program Director, as I declare this workshop open, allow me to thank provinces for the work they are doing in respect to beekeeping and honey processing. So far, we've seen progressive moves from, among others, the Northwest Province. I was going to rate it #1 when it comes to taking care of the emerging beekeepers. If it's a competition, the Gauteng Province, I would give that #2. They're also doing very well. The KZN Province, Eastern Cape, they are doing very well in pursuing beekeeping for rural development. We have also witnessed unwavering support from the previous administration at the level of Minister Rural Development.
Hello?
Sorry for that interruption. My network was misbehaving again. Sorry for that. So I was still saying I'm left with 2 minutes, but I wanted just to share that at least we have seen beekeeping receiving unwavering support from the previous administration at the level of Minister Togodi Diza, at the level of Ms. Mbalitlope, the former MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development in Gauteng, the MEC of Agriculture, or former MEC of Agriculture in the Northwest, Ms. Desbo Mohono, the President of Africa Apimondia, Mr. David Mukomana. We have seen unwavering support from Mining Development Agency, the ARC, and so on. We wish such level of support can continue to prevail in this administration. We have seen South African beekeepers traveling to different corners of the world. We've seen beekeepers in Mpho and the Northern Cape receiving beehives from Apimondia Africa and Mining Development Agency, respectively. So we need to see such kind of support increasing, other stakeholders coming on board. We have witnessed the hosting of the SABIO Apimondia Symposium or Joint Symposium in Durban. A lot has happened indeed in the beekeeping and honey processing environment. Beekeeping has massive support from our DG, Mr. Ramocaedi. So we just need to be well coordinated, finalize our national strategy, and make sure that we make this sector meaningful. It is quite comforting to note that beekeeping and honey processing are happening in all provinces, and we're happy with that. But the commercial beekeepers and departments of agriculture must unite and work together to develop the rural beekeepers. At commercial level, in all provinces, things are running swiftly. But when you look at the emerging, go to Mpumalanga, you will still have struggling beekeepers. You go to Eastern Cape, you'll still have struggling beekeepers at the emerging level. So we really need to work together in making sure that we equate this level of participation and have the rural beekeepers also gaining their share in this industry. Between 2020 and now, we've been experiencing a large volume of calls or requests from parts of rural areas of Mpumalanga, Limpopo, KZN, JP, and other provinces from community members who are interested to participate in beekeeping. And they're looking for funding, they're looking for training. Schools are also looking forward to participate. But now we need a program that will guide us, or a champion kind of a program that will bring everyone into the equation. It is time for us to organize a proper beekeeping funding program through either CASP and any other instrument for ease of building a vibrant bee sector in South Africa. As we reflect, let us also provide inputs that can help us to build this sector in rural areas to be meaningful. Historically, rural people have been associated with beekeeping from time immemorial. We encourage departments overseeing nature reserves or game industry to avail opportunities for beekeepers to make use of these sites for beekeeping. In closing, my opening statement, allow me to invite all of you in your respective areas to make sure that this year you join the multitudes of the people to celebrate the World Bee Day on the 20th of May. And you need to use this day to reflect with your local stakeholders on how you can advance beekeeping forward in your locality. Adopt this day, own it, invite us, we'll come there with the ARC, the universities and other stakeholders. You can also make use of the International Day of Plant Health on the 12th of May and the World Food Safety Day on the 7th of June to discuss issues pertaining to beekeeping, given the relationship between bees and those subjects. To the presenters and participants, I wish you a fruitful session. I officially declare this workshop open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekgala. Those were great words from you. I think some of the key takeaways from my side is the importance of highlighting World Bee Day, which is on the 20th of May, 2025, the importance of beekeepers and the beekeeping industry and the role that they play, not only just for honey, but also in other industries that they help pollinate, such as your fruit industries, your grains industries, and your nut industries as well. So basically the role that they play in agriculture as a whole, and also highlighting the importance of agriculture for the country, whereby it's been highlighted for the G20, and also how it will play an important role for job creation, as you have said by Minister John Steenhuisen. And it's very interesting. I think I had the privilege to visit some bee farmers and had a meeting with bee farmers in the previous year, whereby they highlighted some of their challenges, which mostly led on to the policy issues, of which I believe the Department of Agriculture can be able to assist them, where some of them, or where beekeeping is registered under animal health, I believe, as opposed to plant health, or it's plant health as opposed to animal health, and they would like those challenges to be sort of changed. And some of the other challenges they have is that not all beekeepers are actually registered with the department. I'm hoping these engagements are going to actually be able to assist us in this. I think another important thing to note is that there is a huge demand for honey in the country. We have seen that to a point whereby our local production is not sufficient. We import quite a lot of that. I think I'll give way for Ms. Mashele to actually give us more information on basically export promotion and marketing incentives that can be done in the beekeeping industry. Ms. Mashele is the Deputy Director of the DTIC within the exports branch. She's responsible of managing the budget for export marketing and investment assistance scheme. She holds a BCom accounting diploma in public procurement and a master's of business administration. She has vast experience in financial management, export promotion, policy development, incentive management, and procurement. The export marketing unit is responsible for administering the EMIA, which encompasses the facilitation of international and local trade fairs, also known as national pavilions and trade missions, evaluation of application forms for funding under EMIA, and conducting export awareness workshops. I hope that everyone utilizes this space quite well. We can see that from this profile, she has quite a vast knowledge, basically, with some of the things that can help the beekeeping industry. Please take it away, Ms. Mashele.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right. No, thank you so much. As you have already introduced me, I'm Nxalati Mashele from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. So today I'm going to present to you one of the incentives that the DTI has developed in order to assist the South African companies to market their products and services abroad. The name of the scheme is called Export Marketing and Investment Assistance, which in short it's called EMIA. As I've already defined the scheme, is there in order to assist South African companies so that they can export their goods and services abroad, which will also assist our country in economic growth and later will then translate to job creation and also to eradicate poverty, as we are all aware that the socio-economic challenges that our country is currently faced with, its unemployment and poverty. So this scheme is being administered in two divisions within the Department of Trade and Industry. We've got exports, where I'm coming from, an incentive financing branch, which is, we call it in abbreviation, IFB. So under exports, we assist the companies based on an approved list of the events that we are going to participate each and every financial year. However, under IFB, any company can identify a trade fair or trade mission, then they can approach IFB or individual participation for funding. So as I've already mentioned that the scheme is being administered in two branches within the DTIC. Under exports, we have group participation, of which we assist companies to participate under trade fairs. We normally call them national pavilions, and trade missions, whereby we have outward trade missions or investment missions, where we are taking South African businesses to an international market, where you will have an opportunity to sell your products. And with the trade missions, usually you will have an opportunity to do site visit or sit, listen to industry experts when they present about the business opportunities that may be available for your business, and as well as inward buying or investment mission. In this instance, we invite buyers or investors from different countries to come into South Africa with an objective of selling or with an objective of attracting the investment into the country. So under individual participation, we've got individual exhibition, which works the same as a national pavilion. However, as I've indicated from the beginning, that for individual participation, they don't have a calendar. So a company can identify an international recognized show or trade fair where they would like to go and showcase their products. So what they need to do, then they will submit an application under individual exhibition so that they can be assisted. Apart from that, they also have foreign direct investment and primary market research, which is one of the funding that they also fund South African businesses in order to promote or to attract investment or to do a market research, because as you know, I believe that most of you have been in this bee industry for such a long time. For you, in order to identify markets, you need to do that primary market research to know which country or which yes, which country that will have an appetite for your product. So if you apply for that funding, it will also assist you in order to establish the client that would be interested in your product. They also have the individual inward missions, same way as the under group participation. So in this instance as well, as a company, you can go and approach them. I want to invite a buyer from another country whom you would like that person to come into South Africa in order to see where you are operating. I think when you are doing business, it's very critical that the people that you are dealing with, you know where they are coming from, you know their industry, where they are operating. As we know that people are scamming businesses when it comes to selling, especially doing business outside the borders of South Africa. So it will be very important that before you can even engage, have that relationship, establish the relationship, and you know where your customers are, and they must also know where their suppliers are. So they also have the project funding, which is sector-specific funding, capital project feasibility program. So under sector-specific funding, what they usually do, they fund export councils or organizations that are representing a certain number of businesses. So they will put together an application, then they will get funding, taking the group that they want to promote their product. With the capital feasibility program as well, if maybe, for instance, you want to go and do a study that will eventually lead to a viable project, you can also approach them for funding. So in terms of the requirements in order to get or assisted under EMEA, all companies that apply for our funds, they must be registered companies with a CIPC. And I know most companies, they also requires that companies has to submit their return on an annual basis. So I just want to encourage you that make sure that you comply, because if you apply and you are not compliant, we cannot be able to assist you. So on a yearly basis, submit your return so that your company registration, it will be compliant. Because if failure to do so, they started the process of deregistering your company. And then your business has to be in operation for at least a year. And then we also need the brochure of your product or the services that you are rendering. And then we also require a tax compliance. As you know, doing business with government, you have to be always in good standing. So make sure that you comply all the time. And the BEE certificate as well, we will require companies to submit the BEE certificate. The financial statement, it's one of the requirements that we want companies to have. And the import and export registration certificate, because remember now, for you, in order to sell or to buy from outside, you really need to have that certificate. Even when we are sending companies for these exhibitions, they will need to have the certificate so that when they take their goods from South Africa to another country, when they declare under the SARS customs, it must have, they need to have that registration. And then a copy of a passport. Currently, we are funding one representative per company. So we will also need a copy of the person who will be representing the company. And we request that let it be someone who has an authority, someone who will be able to make decisions when they attend such events. Because, for instance, if a client come and they're interested in signing a contract, If you send someone who doesn't even understand the business or understand the product, then it becomes a problem. But if it's someone who understands the product, who has authority, then the person will be able even to enter into an agreement with a prospecting buyer or an agent at that side. And then we also require images. Images are only for branding. If you want to attend a national pavilion, then we will require the images so that we can brand your exhibition booth according to the product that you are manufacturing or producing. And then 3 codes for flight tickets, stand builder, freight forwarder, design and branding. These you will be required to submit if you apply under individual participation. But if you apply under export, we do the facilitation of obtaining flight ticket, the stand builder, the freight forwarder, and design and branding. Export marketing plan, same. If you are applying under individual participation, they will require you to have an export marketing plan. Under exports, we have regional managers that are highly knowledgeable and experienced that will assist you to access the market. So they will be able to help you when it comes to that export marketing plan. You don't have to submit because they are managers that are responsible to oversee that. And then list of confirmed meetings with business counterpart, individual participation you will have to provide. However, under exports, as I've mentioned, that there are managers that are responsible to ensure that you get those meetings beforehand if you are attending a trade missions. Outsourcing companies, if you outsource, then we need a signed agreement. Even under a group participation, you have to submit the agreement so that we can be able to assist you. And then how to apply for funding under EMEA. If you are interested in attending a trade fair, which is the National Pavilion, application has to be with the DTI 5 months prior to the event. And as I've mentioned earlier on, that we assist companies based on an approved list. So what we usually do, we will advertise, we will invite companies when an event is open for applications. That it will be also be posted on our website. And then for group missions as well, then companies will be invited and their application has to be with the DTI 2 months prior. Individual participation as well. Your application has to be with them 2 months before the event. And then all application must be forwarded to EMEA via email. Usually they will provide an email address. However, individual participation, they've got a system, so you will do your application online. It's only under exports where you are going to email your application via an email. Then the application will then be acknowledged within 48 hours. So if your application is complete, it will then evaluated and presented to the adjudication committee for approval. So this committee, under normal circumstances, they meet twice per month, unless maybe there is some urgent applications that needs to be served before them. Let's say, for instance, is closer to the event, then they will have to ensure that they attend to those applications before the event take place, because as per the PFMA, we cannot commit the department after. So all the approvals has to be done prior to the event. Then successful and unsuccessful applicants will then be notified in writing. And if a company wishes to appeal the outcome of the application, then such request has to be forwarded to the director responsible for EMEA. And again, we also reserve the right to decline qualifying entities due to budget constraint, because depending on the amount that has been allocated to us, then it will also determine the number of companies that we can assist per annum. And then sectors targeted, we assist all the sectors except for tourism, because they do have a similar scheme such as the one that we are having. So all sectors are covered. The beekeepers are more than welcome under agro-processing. They will be assisted. So in terms of the financial benefits, we cover the cost towards the flights, which is international, regional, and local, hotel accommodation, and then exhibition cost, which include space, stand building, advertising, and branding, freight forwarding and clearing services, and then ground transport. Because if you are to attend a trade fair, you will be required to check some of the products that you are manufacturing so that you can showcase. So you will need a freight forwarder to carry the stuff or the exhibition material from South Africa to the show. So that we cover as department. And how to, for instance, under there, I've mentioned that we also cover for hotel accommodation and air flights. Some of our delegates, they prefer to book their own flights as well as accommodation. If it happens that you decide to do that, then you will be required to submit a claim after the event. So the claim has to be submitted to the dedicated email address provided there. And the claim is valid for 3 months after the date of return from the event. So if you fail to submit your claim within that 3 months, you cannot submit a claim after 3 months because we cancel that claim. So here are the supporting documentation that needs to be attached to a claim: a signed approval letter. So during the application stage, if your application has been successful, then they will issue you with an approval letter. Basically, this is a small contract that the DTI entered with the businesses to ensure that this is the amount that we are going to cover. And therefore, you need to sign that approval letter and send it back to the project managers responsible for your application, because when you submit a claim, we will require that signed approval letter, a copy of the passport for the person who travels, and the copy of the entry and the departure stamp. What we require stamps from the local international airports, such as your OR Tambo, Cape Town, or King Shaka. And then the copy of the boarding passes has to be attached to the claim, a copy of the SARS compliance PIN. So before we can even process a claim, we need to confirm as to whether you comply in terms of SARS. So if your status is non-compliant, unfortunately, we cannot proceed to process the claim until you submit a compliance PIN, and then a valid BEE certificate, a copy of e-ticket if DTIC did not procure your ticket. However, if DTIC has procured your ticket, however, you pay accommodation, you don't have to submit that copy. A proof of payment in the form of a bank statement. So everything that you have paid, you need to submit a proof of payment in the form of a bank statement. Unfortunately, we don't do cash payments. And then proof of a bank account, then we will require a letter from the bank confirming the banking details of the company. Then we will provide you with a supplier maintenance form, of which you will be requested or you will be required to complete in, and then you submit it together with your claim form. So in most cases, we experience delay when we process claims due to the following, where we are unable to verify your banking details in time, or we are unable to verify your SARS compliance. Same as the application, all claims will be acknowledged within 48 hours. Then we've got conditions. So all the successful applicants who participated in one of our events, they must submit a feedback report back after the event. So with these reports, usually we will send you a template where we will require you to fill in the information such as the export sales that you have generated at the event, contract signed at the event, agents appointed at the event, the number of employees that you have, the number of permanent and temporary employees as well, and also the number of jobs that you have created, which came after you have participated in one of our events. And then this information we request because we need to report back to Treasury. As you know, this is a grant, so we also need to indicate the impact that it has on South African businesses. So without this information, it will be difficult for us even to motivate for future funding. So it is very important that you submit, and it will also assist the team because there you will have an opportunity to give your feedback in terms of the challenges that you have faced while you were attending our event. So it will assist the team in order to ensure that going forward, we provide you with all the necessary support that you require. So I always encourage companies to complete this form and send it back to us. So as I've mentioned that in an effort to enhance, we want to enhance the performance of the scheme. The report is very key to determine the upcoming events. So it is very important that you submit, because even when our minister has to present at Parliament in terms of the impact of the scheme, he will also refer to the reports that we get from you, because we'll get to understand in terms of the export sales that you have generated, the jobs that you have created due to our intervention. So if you fail to submit the report, you will therefore excluded from getting funding from EMEA for the period of 24 months, which is 2 years. So I believe that with beekeepers, if you are interested in applying under EMEA, we are not going to experience such. You will be able to submit the report as when we want them to be submitted. So we also conduct site visit in order to confirm the existence of the company. We verify the manufacturing processes as well as to confirm the information that you have submitted during the application stage. So here are the contact details of the officials responsible for administering or facilitating the national pavilions as well as individual participations. Under individual participation, we've got Busisi Waradebe, that's her email address and the contact number. And then under exports, we've got the director, Mr. Mahi, and his contact details, the deputy director under group missions, and the deputy director under the deputy directors under national pavilions, and my details as well. So I am not responsible when it comes to the application. I always interact, or I usually interact with companies after they've participated. So our unit is responsible of collecting those export reports that I was talking about. So my responsibility within EMEA is to manage the budget and to ensure that we assess the impact of EMEA in order to request more funding. I think this slides brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mashele, for that great presentation on the works of EMEA and the great works that you are doing that side. I think it has garnered quite a lot of interest from our participants. You'll see from the chat box, there's a lot of people asking questions already, although we do have time for questions and answers after the next presentation. So please kindly note all the questions that you have for our presenter so that we can give the floor to them when the time comes, and you'll be able to interact with them. But there is quite exciting opportunities there for beekeepers when it comes to exhibitions. And thank you so much for sharing all the details that our participants would need in order to participate in this great effort that the DTIC is doing and your team is doing as well. I'm going to swiftly move along to our next presenter, which is basically Mr. Mothapo. He is the Deputy Director of Strategic Partnerships and Customer Care at the DTIC as well. He basically works with trade, industry, and competition. His qualification is in BCom in economics honors, and his work experience is of 16 years work experience with SMMEs at grassroots level, which is development, to tertiary level, which is the funding and marketing level. We hope that the great work of DTIC continues from the previous presentation, Mr. Mothapo, that you can share with the guys some of the initiatives from your side of things that these guys can actually use. Please take it away.
Thank you, the program director, colleagues, and the participant. I just hope that we can be able to hear me very clear, because I got a bit of flu, then hence this hoarse voice. But I'll try to be as clear as I can. As introduced, I'm Mahlatse Mothapo from the incentive branch within the DTIC. And the branch that I come from, which is the incentive branch, is responsible to manage all the DTIC incentive schemes that are in offer to the industry. Then we got a number of incentive clusters that are on offer, one of which is the one that my colleagues, Ms. Mashele, she have presented, which is the fourth one on this screen, which is the export promotion cluster. Then I won't touch on this because she have done justice to this. But in addition to that, we do have what we call the innovation cluster. The previous presenter, Mr. Mpho Sekgala, when he touched on the value chain of the participants that are in this meeting, he have indicated that there are those that are at R&D level, those that are at manufacturing or the processing stage, those that are also at the market access level, then which is what my colleagues, Ms. Mashele, just did. Then I'm only going to touch on the ones that I think that it will be relevant to this webinar. That will be the innovation cluster, the manufacturing cluster, and the last one will be on the infrastructure cluster. Basically, we have over 20 schemes or the sub-schemes, and each one of them, they got its own specific rules and the guidelines, which means that we don't have the standard rules for all. Then depending on the program that you are interested in, then you should be able to study that particular guideline and understand the requirements of the program. Ordinarily, our incentives or grants, they are offered on a reinvestment basis, and we also have those that are on a cost-sharing basis. On the reinvestment basis, basically, it will mean that the product must be fundable. Then from that, they can leverage a certain percentage back from the dtic. And normally those percentages, they range from 20% to 50%. So that's what you can get from us as the grant or the incentives. Then on a cost sharing, it will mean that whatever percentage that you are going to qualify from us, let's say if it's 30%, then you must be able to raise 70% of the other cost. Then if it's 50%, then you must be able to raise the other 50. So that's what the cost sharing means. Then we support both the new establishments, expansion projects, and or the upgrading of an existing businesses. Then I've already touched on this one to say that we have the 5 clusters, and I'm going to skip this one. Then on what qualifies as the cost, we are looking at the capital investment. That will be the factory building, your machinery, equipment, toolings, and commercial vehicles. And we also have what we call the competitiveness improvements cost or fees. That ordinarily will be the consulting fees that the project or the company will incur when they want to introduce the improved processes. Then what we are looking at when we assess the project, we are looking at the quality business cases in terms of the market that the project have secured. Then we are going to look at the visibility or the viability of the business. On the profitability side, we are looking at economic viability. Then on the technical viability, we are looking at the capability to manufacture or to produce or to render the service. Then these are just some of the compliance requirements that we are going to need. That will be just your normal CIPC documents, BE, SARS, audited financial statement for those that are existing already. Then the companies must also adhere to their minimum sectoral wage governing the sector, the industry regulations governing the sector also, and so forth. On the next page here, these are what we call economic benefit criteria. That is where, as the dtic, we are buying from the sector with these incentives that we offer. Then we are looking at employment, then the market share, if it's a new operation, the business must secure the market share of the entity. Then for those that are expanding, they must increase the market share. Then we are also looking at the quality improvements that will talk to the reduction of relative prices and or increasing the quality of the products to consumers. Then the green technology and resource efficiency that will talk to savings and better utilization of energy or material. Localization, we're looking at the localization of the production activities or diversification and export. The regional spread, we are basing this on the area in which the project will be located. If the unemployment area of that particular area is at least 25%, then you may be considered for a point under this, of which most of the areas in this country, the unemployment rate is above the 25%. Personal risk is a demonstration of own financial or the non-financial contribution into the business. Then the financial contribution is clear. The non-financial might be the time, the expertise that one is going to dedicate into the business. Employment, our programs, they are looking at the BE level of between 1 to 4 in order to participate on our programs. Then the transformation, this will talk to the ownership and the management control by Black person, youth, women, and people living with disability. The first program that I'm going to touch on under the innovation cluster. When we say innovation, we are referring to the technologies or the systems that are not currently in the market. If they are already in the market, there must be some level of uniqueness that what you want to bring will be different to what is currently in the market. Then that's how the innovation part will be tested. So under the innovation cluster, we have the first program there that is called Technology and Human Resources for Industry Program, that is abbreviated as THRIP. Under this one, we are trying to encourage collaboration between the government and industry, then working together with the academia, because in most cases, academias, they are the ones that will have resources and the technical know-how to conduct the R&D. And we are targeting the research and development in science, engineering, and technology. Then in terms of what we are targeting here, we are targeting South African registered legal entities, registered higher education or further education institution in partnership with the private sector. Then we are also looking at the license and or registered science councils in partnership with the private sector. So back then, what we used to do under this, we have opened the program for the universities to apply and conduct the R&Ds that may help the industry with the technologies, the new products and so forth. But we have realized that we were not getting value for money, because as the DTIC, our mandate is to industrialize the economy. So the institutions of higher learning and research institutions, they were happy to conduct those studies and just go and put them in their cabinet. But the implementation was not there, which is why then we have changed to say that now the applicant must be the private sector itself, because those are the ones that can be able to implement that particular R&D. But the private sector should partner with the institutions of higher learning or the research institutions in order to assist them to conduct this. So what do you see on the far right there? This is what the incentive can offer. Is a cost sharing grant of between 50 to 90%, up to a maximum of 15 million over a 3-year period. That will be 5 million per annum for 3-year period. So basically what it means is if you qualify for 50%, then you'll have to raise the other 50%. Then if you qualify for 90%, then you're only going to be required to raise the other 10%. Then the DTIC then will provide the 90%. Then this cost, they are the ones that will go towards conducting that R&D and to pay the team that will be involved in that R&D and any other equipment that will be needed to conduct the R&D, the traveling and so forth. So that will be the THRIP. It will cover the cost up until you have what we call the proof of concept. Then once you have a proof of concept, that's where THRIP will end. Then should there be a need to develop that particular technology further, or to develop the product up until the prototype is produced, then we can look into the second program here, still under the innovation cluster. Then we call it Support Program for Industry Innovation, that is abbreviated as SPI. The purpose of this is to promote technology development in South Africa through the provision of financial assistance for the development of innovative, competitive products and or processes. Then in terms of the incentive offering, this is also, okay, we have two under this one, depending on the cost to develop that particular product or process. We have what we call the matching scheme that can provide a grant up to 5 million. Then in terms of the cost sharing, it will be between 50 to 75%. Then for those that are very small and the cost to develop is below 2 million, then they can look into the second one that is called Product Process Development Scheme, because that one can go up to the maximum of 2 million. Then in terms of the cost sharing is 50 to 85%.
Mr. Mothapo?
Yes.
Just a quick flag on your side. You have about 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right. No, it's fine. Yeah, I will summarize in that 4 minutes. Yeah. Basically, how the 50 and 85% they are calculated, that will be based on the economic benefit criteria that we did there. Then, which will be the multipliers that will come with the project. The next slide here is the manufacturing cluster. Then under the manufacturing, then which is where the honey processing will fall under. Because unfortunately, as the DTIC, we don't do the primary farming or primary agriculture. So beekeeping is a primary farming, then we don't cover that. But the honey processing, and those who want to set up pack houses for that honey, then we can look into those. We have the program that is called Agro Processing Support Scheme. And in terms of the target, we are looking at, we have 6 basically here, and the honey processors will fall under the food and beverage value addition. That's where the processing of honey will fall under. Then in terms of the incentive here, we are looking at 20 to 30% grant sharing. On 20% is for the business with the investment that is above 10 million. Then on 30% is those that got the investment that is below 10 million. Then there is an option for 10% additional grant that can be on offer, but this is only applicable to the expansion projects, because one of the requirement here is that the employment must be increased from the base by at least 25%. Other than that, we also have what you call the manufacturing support program. Then one of the sectors that we cover under this is the agro processing. Then in terms of the benefits is 20 or 30% grant based on the capex. Then this one is rigid. At 20% is any other businesses irrespective of the ownership. Then at 30%, we are targeting only 3 groups. That will be youth-owned, women-owned, and businesses that are owned by people living with disability. So these are the 3 groups that can be considered under the 30%. And for those that are going to export their products, then we can also cover the raw material that they are going to use up to 500,000, but the revenue to be generated from that export contract should at least be 2 million rand in value, or at least be for a period of 12 months. The last program that I have here is the flagship under the manufacturing cluster. Is called the Black Industrialist Scheme. And also under this, we have agro processing as one of the sectors that are supported. Then in terms of the benefit, we are looking at 30 to 50% cost sharing grant, and the maximum grant is kept at 50 million, meaning that if when we do the 30 or 50%, it exceeds 50 million, then we'll cap you at 50 million. But if the 30 or 50% is below 50 million, then you will get that particular amount. I will end here in terms of the presentation. in the interest of time, okay, this was just on the infrastructure, because we also have a funding on the critical infrastructure that can support the project. Then we are looking at things like the bulk in infrastructure here, like your sewage system, roads infrastructure, telecommunications, and so forth. And also for those, let's say, those who want to set up, let's say, the honey processing plant, and they want to source, let's say, from other beekeeping farmers, then should they want to set up something like a storage where when those farmers bring their honey hives, then we can regard that particular storage as the infrastructure that support that particular project that will be the honey processing plant. Okay, my colleague did this one, the export marketing. Then this is just the information on the application process and how the grant will be dispersed. Then these are my contact details for those who would like to engage further. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation, Mr. Mothapo. Please, can all the participants know that these presentations are going to be shared with everyone who's participating today, so that you can go through further details should you want to further engage with the presentations that we have had today. We have now gotten to a point where we are going to be looking at questions and answers for our first three presenters. I think I'll even give the floor to our welcoming addresser so that they are able to also share some information from the Department of Agriculture side of things, because I know that the other two presentations were from the DTIC. I'll now hand over to the floor. I know that there are some questions on the chat box. I think I'll end with the questions on the chat box in case the people on the chat box don't raise their hand again. So now I'll be taking hands. Okay, I don't seem to be seeing any hands on my end. Okay, there you are. We have Tebelo Chabalala as our first question. Are there any more hands? I think I just have one. And then I have Ben as number 2. I'll take 3 if there's any more. And then I have Jana, I believe. Okay, I'll take those 3 for now. So can you take it, your first question, Tebelo?
Hello everybody. My first question is, with all these funds, is there a minimum turnover one should be making to be able to access these funds? And then number 2, we all know getting audited financials is it's a little bit tough. Is it a must that or is there another way we can do it if the statements are not audited? Those are my 2 questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. I think it will go to our 2 presenters from the DTIC, but mostly Mr. Mothapo. I'll take the next question from Ben.
All right, can I come in, or you are still taking questions?
Yes, you can come through.
All right, okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, I'll start with the first one regarding the minimum turnover to be achieved. With our programs, no, we don't have that. In the past years, we used to do that whereby, but we were not stipulating the turnover that we must achieve. But what we were doing was based on the projections that you are going to give us. Then they will put a requirement to say that you must at least achieve, let's say, 70 or 8% of that projected turnover. But we have since done away with that because there were a lot of companies that were disadvantaged by that. So now we don't have that. What you just need to do is to ensure that you have secured the market with the market, yes, with the clients in the form of the offtake agreements or the letter of intent, because through those you may be able to do your financial projections, but we don't have a minimum prescribed turnover to be achieved. Then on number 2, on the alternative to the audited financial statements, like I've indicated in the presentation, that we support both the startups and the expansion. So those that are new operations, ordinarily you won't have the audited financial statements. Then you are just going to have the projections from when you are going to commence with the production. Then for those who are already existing, but they are yet to audit, those ones, they will do what you call the management account. That will go in space of the audited financial statement. But for those that have been operating for years, they can submit, if the current audited financials they are not yet finalized, they can submit the latest available audited financial statements with the management account of the current financial statement, financial year that just ended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for those answers. Okay, to our presenters, I'll allow for 3 questions first before you take up the answers again, so that we get as much questions as possible. So I'll take Ben first, then Ben, you'll be followed by Nxalati Mashele, and then there'll be Jana to Plessis. Those are the 3 questions I'll take for now. After the answers I receive from there, I'll then take another 3 questions. I think there's 1 from Portia, and I think another 2 on the chat box. So I'll just take the 3 for now, and then further questions. Ben, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker. My name is Ben Lebogo from Blueberg, a subsistence beekeeper. So what I would like to know is that obviously in the beekeeping, the plantations is key for the bee foraging. I want to know from the DTIC if they are able to facilitate, to act as like a middleman in helping us, because I've been trying to call many farmers in terms of the avocado and the eucalyptus belt without any success. And on my side, I don't have plantations. So I just want to check if they are able to fund for the plantations and also facilitate between us and the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. I'll then take Nxalati Mashele. Apologies if I mispronounce your names to everyone.
Morning, everyone. Thanks for the program. I'm sorry I started late, but I didn't hear a lot about training. I'm more in need of training. Most of the trainings that I checked for when I was trying to source some around is 2 days training. And I'm a bit skeptical on that. If it will give me enough training on handling the bees and even on the agro-processing side. And I heard on the program that there were some higher education institutions that were offered or were allowed to do some of the trainings. Can they be available for us so that we contact them, so that when we do this thing, for some people, bees are a bit dangerous. For some others, we love them. As farmers, they are part of the family. At my area, I'm within the Highveld area in Niger. Every household, we've got a problem with bees. That's what tapped my mind to go into beekeeping. So is there any institution where one can go at least for a 1 week full training about bees? If that's available, can the list of those institutions be made available for us so that we can start knocking their doors? And the second question is on the incentives on the infrastructure. The beekeepers, the few beekeepers that I visited, they are doing it on my own analysis. I realized that it's not easy to climb the ladder and be on the agro processing part easy. It's not easy to climb the ladder or to move from the primary and graduate to the secondary part where we'll do the agro processing. How easy is that, or how possible is that for someone to go and visit those who are doing it fully so that we can have the whole understanding and all those kind of things? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. I think our presenters have noted them as well. Jana, you're the last hand for now.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to ask the DTIC if they maybe can tell me when will the new national pavilion be available, because we are really struggling to get the new EMAI. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, I'll allow speakers to answer the questions that were posed, and then I'll take another round of questions. Ms. Mashele, can you start with the last question, and then we'll take it from there?
Okay.
No, mine will be the first one. The second one will be my colleague.
Okay,
Ms.
I guess
Ms.
we can
Mashele,
start.
yeah.
We can start with you, Mr. Mothapo, because you have one question, and then Ms. Mashele will take the other two. Okay, let's do it like that.
All right. Okay. Thank you. The question was posed by Mr. Ben Lewo. Was checking if the DTIC can fund plantations, and also if we can facilitate the meeting between the farmers. So, okay, on the plantation, as the DTIC, as I've indicated, that we don't fund the primary activities, and the plantation will be regarded as the primary. But if, let's say, on the plantation side, there is an infrastructure support that is needed in terms of the bulk, then we can look into that. But ordinarily, the infrastructure program, it will cover up until the point of entry, but it won't enter your facilities or your farms. Let's say if you say that you need water supply, then we can cost share those costs up until that water supply is brought to the entry point of your farm. But you will have to be able to connect from that entry point into your farm, but we won't enter the farm because we deal with the bulk infrastructure. Then, which is why even when the other farmer want that particular infrastructure, then they connect from the entry point where we have put it, but we won't enter the farm. Then in terms of the facilitation meeting between the farmers, then I wonder the kind of facilitations do you need? But in most cases, we work with different stakeholders to reach out to the business community. Like in this case, since this falls under Department of Agriculture mandate, isn't when then they need our support, then we can always avail ourselves. Then we can come. That isn't when there is a need for that. Then I hope this answered the questions that were raised. Okay, and there was another one on, is it Ms. Mpho? She touched on the incentive infrastructure. Then she was checking if it will be possible for us to conduct a site visit to understand the processes. Yes, we can do that. We have done that in the past. The Mpumalanga farmers, beekeepers, then the ones invited us there to come and see what they are doing and the plan they had. And yes, we have traveled there. So isn't when then there is a need for us to conduct a site visit, and the agenda of that meeting is clear as the role that we are going to play, then we will come. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Ms. Mashele?
Okay, thank you so much. With regards to training, unfortunately from our side, we don't do training. However, there is a training which is conducted by Export Development, but currently I'm not even sure whether they do have training that has been designed for beekeepers. What I can do, I will check the officials when I go back to the office. So with regards to the National Pavilion list, it will be available from the beginning of the financial year, of which is April. So I'm hoping by the 1st of April, we'll have a list. So what we'll do, usually I encourage people to check our website because we post that list on our website, or maybe they can leave their details. And then when we have the list, then I will also email the list to them. Thank you. I think I've answered all the questions.
Thank you very much. I think there was one on incentives on infrastructure. I don't know if that was also answered. I know that you did attempt answering it, Mr. Mothapo. I don't know if we are satisfied with that.
No, the way the question was posed, then I've responded to it, unless if there is a second leg of the question, because she was saying that if we will be able to do the site visit to understand their processes. So
Okay.
This was the question that was posed under the infrastructure.
No, that's perfect. I will take that as well. Okay, and I'll take then a few questions from the chat box, and then I'll take another few hands. Okay, so from the chat box, I don't think they were answered, but there was a question from a Semwanga Farouk. Apologies if I misinterpret your name, but they asked that, are there any restrictions on importing honey into South Africa? Currently, they're sourcing honey from South Africa for the Middle East, but are looking into enter the South African market with honey from other countries in Europe and Africa. If so, what are the requirements? They would really appreciate this information as well. And then another question from Temakulu is, thanks for the presentations. Out of interest, are these benefits also available to government officials? And then are government employees looking into venturing into bee farming and honey production funded? As well as, and then there are some more information shared with regards to some of the questions that were posed with regards to trainers and some of the institutions which will be able to train new beekeepers on the chat box as well for everyone. And then I have a hand from Lily. I think I see just one hand from you. I think you can go ahead.
Hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lily.
Thank you very much. My question is for Mr. Mpho. Thank you once again for the lovely words at the start. My question is, as a commercial beekeeper and a honey processor, how do we better engage with your offices, Mr. Mpho? As I've been hearing now, there's a lot of questions regarding honey processing, training of staff, and obviously funding of new beekeepers and their operations, which we would obviously be very keen to engage your officers on that. So how do we create a forum or some platform for engagement between us and yourselves? Does it start with just a simple meeting and an invite to invite you to our offices, or we come and see you? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And then I think another hand from Portia before I allow for the presenters to answer. Portia? Okay, I think we've lost Portia. To the president. Okay, I will hand them over. I think with regards to trying to get basically into the markets of South Africa, can maybe you'll share some insights on that, on how to get into South African markets? It can be from Mr. Sekgala, from the department side, as well as from the DTIC side as well. Maybe you can actually share with us what can be done there, more specifically, Ms. Mashele, on what avenues the people can take from that side as well. Maybe if you can tackle those two questions.
Okay,
And then I will then give over to any of you, Mr. Veli's question on regards to who, how do they actually contact your officers? Do they come to you, or are you available to actually come to them? I know that you did share your contact details at the end of each presentation, but they just want to know the approach because they would like to actually come to you. I think this question was mostly for Mr. Sekgala, but I'm giving it to everyone so that they're able to know what the processes are there.
Can I go ahead?
Thank you, ma'am. Oh.
Yes, please, Ms. Mashele, you can go ahead.
Okay, because from the questions that were posed, I think the one that I can respond to is the benefits available for government employees. It's a no-no. Unfortunately, we don't fund government employees unless maybe you decide to resign and then you go and start a business. That's when we can assist. But currently, it's not available for government employees. So in terms of import restrictions, to be honest, this one I will take it back to agriculture because I believe that you know much better. I'm promoting exports. So I would be my answer to that, because we discourage imports and promote exports. So maybe this one you can handle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll then hand over to department. Yes, you can go for it.
Thank you. It's Mr. Sekgala. Mr. Rambaud is also in the platform, just in case I get cut off because of the network. In respect to forums, This is what we encourage beekeepers in each province, in each district, in each local municipality to work as a team. And if they've got a structure, then it becomes easy for the chairperson and secretary or the market access coordinator of that structure to keep in touch with us, so that for whatever issue that they would want us to assist, then they can approach it as a structure. So I didn't capture well where the farmer is from in terms of the province. But we also have the SABIO. I'm not sure whether the farmer is the affiliate or is a member of any association. If he's subscribed under a particular association, they can email to us. Then we can see how best we can assist. Then if it comes to market access, obviously they will have to make a request that is in the form of maybe an application, but with pointers of where they want to export to. And in respect to support at primary level or processing level, obviously the previous presenters have shared some information that can be useful to them, but equally they will need to also contact their provincial beekeeping coordinator. Then it will be much easier to get everything through.
Thank you so much for that. I do not see any more hands. I think our speakers have tried to answer. Okay, you broke away before you could finish. Are you still there?
I was saying they can email to myself and Dr. Rambaudi and the other colleagues that are still going to present, as well as Mema Swangani. Then we'll be able to respond or assist with whatever inquiry they are requesting or they are making.
Yes, thank you so much for that. As you have noted to every participant, there are going to be more presentations which are going to be coming up from Department of Agriculture, which will be able to potentially answer some of the questions that you have. I'd like us to, because I don't see any more hands on my end, to take a quick leg stretch, drink some water, and then come back. I'm giving it about 5 minutes. I know that our tea and coffee break is supposed to be 10 minutes, but I think the conversations are quite interesting, and we didn't start too late, or rather too early. I think people were able to grab a cup of coffee before we started. So I'm going to give us, I think, about 5 minutes. So if we can be back at 10:44, so we can start with the next presentation from Mr. Nengovhela from the Department of Agriculture, and then we'll continue with our program from there. Thank you so much to everyone. And can the participants continue with the questions on the chat box, and can all the presenters who've presented, if you are able to answer the questions, please kindly share answers on the chat box as well. And other colleagues as well who work from the department or who work with institutions that are able to assist with some of the questions that are on the chat box, please feel free to engage on the chat box as well and to assist with some of the questions that are being posed there. I will miss some of the questions there, and I apologize on that part. We'll be back in about 4 minutes. Good morning once again, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you were able to grab some water, a coffee, use the bathroom, and are ready for the next segments of our presentations. We are about to head on to looking at the legislation into South Africa for beekeeping, inspection services, and regulations, basically. And I think there's been a lot of questions which have been sort of directing into this side of the presentations. So we appreciate everyone who's participating today. I've seen a lot of interactions being done in the chat box as well. I hope that you utilize that platform as well. And if there are any questions which are not directed there, please feel free to contact people. I know a lot of of people have shared their contact details on the chat box as well. Now we are going to go into the presentation on beekeeping legislation in South Africa, which is going to be given by Mr. Charles Nengovhela. He is a scientist production basically from the Department of Agriculture. He is responsible for developing and amending the plant health legislation and regulations in order to prevent the introduction and spread of plant pests and honeybees disease. He'll be giving a presentation on the beekeeping legislation. He will give an overview of the provisions of the control measures relating to honeybees. The R858 of 15 November 2013 as amended in terms of the Agricultural Pest Act of 1983. This includes the registration of beekeepers, marking of beehives, compulsory reporting, prohibition of removal of Caponisis infected colonies, and prohibition of movement of infected honeybees colonies. Please take it away, Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me project my presentation. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Nengovhela from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Program Director, are you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. I am unable to see your presentation, however.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. Colleagues from the Department of Agriculture, Namc, SABIO, and other role stakeholders. Good morning, everyone. As introduced by Mrs. Changase, my name is Charles Nengovhela from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development under the Directorate of Plant Health. Yeah, colleagues, I'm going to present the beekeeping legislation in South Africa. Next slide, please. Beekeeping in South Africa is currently regulated under the Agricultural Pest Act 1983. The purpose of this act is to provide for measures by which agricultural pests may be prevented and combated. So, ladies and gentlemen, our Agricultural Pest Act provide the import control of honey and any other bees products through an import permit. I think this one is going to be answered the question asked before. Yeah, it means that any person who want to import honey and any other bees products must apply an import permit in our department under the Directorate of Food Import and Export Standard. So, yes, indeed, our department issue an import permit must need to comply with the import requirements. So our Agricultural Pest Act also provides the national control of bees diseases. This regulation is prohibit the movement of bees. I'm going to talk more about this regulation on the next slide. This regulation is a prohibit movement of bees from African bees and cave bees. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa have two species of bees, which is African bees and Cape bees. African bees is orange in color and is found in central and northern parts of South Africa. And the Cape bees is dark in color and is found in Western Cape and Eastern Cape. Next slide, please. South Africa, there's a bee regulation map. This regulation map is in terms of the control measure, our control measure relating to honeybees. So like I said on the previous slide,
African bees found in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, Northwest Free State, KZN, and Northern Cape. And the Cape bees found in Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. So our regulation, in terms of our control measure, no person is allowed to move Cape to the African bees because of the American fall broad diseases in Campesis and the incompetis problem. Colleagues, you will remember African fall broad was detected in Western Cape in 2009, and there is a problem of Campesis problem. That's why our regulation prohibits the movement of Cape bees to the central and the northern parts of South Africa. Next slide, please. Our provision also provide the our regulation also provide the provision of registrations. So every beekeeper shall register with the Department of Agriculture any time of the year, and the valid date of the registration will be 24 months from the date of registration. The Department of Agriculture, Directorate of Inspection Services is currently responsible for registration. My colleague, Mr. Rofhiwa Nethanani, will tell us more about the registration issue. And the forms are obtainable from the Department of Agriculture and the SABIO website. The registration will be issued upon registration, and registration number will be allocated after the registration. So, but currently, there's no fees payable when you register until the further notice. Next slide, please. Why registration it is important? The registration is important to manage the control of American fall broad and the Campesis problem, the number of beekeepers per provinces, and South Africa as a whole. So we need to know the beekeepers in South Africa, and then each province, how many beekeepers each provinces, and how many beekeepers as the whole of South Africa. The number of beehives or colony per provinces, types of the businesses or operation, researcher purposes. This will assist department when conducting inspection, auditing to ensure compliances. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have many other legislation. It's not only the Agricultural Pest Act and control measure who regulates the beekeeping. We have also other legislation like Agricultural Product Standards Act. This regulation regulates grading and packing and making of honey products. My colleague Edith will tell us more about the packaging of honey and the making of honey products. We have got also the legislation called Foodstuffs, Cosmetic, and the Disinfectants Act. This regulates the labeling and the marketing of food. The last one, we've got also the Act 36 of 1947. This legislation regulates the appropriate use of pesticides for the production of bees. For instance, if maybe the farmers spraying the pests and diseases on their crops, they make sure that don't kill the bees, because bees is very, very important here in South Africa. It plays an important role. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, like other laws, This control measure and Agricultural Pest Act, if you fail to comply with these regulations, there's an offenses in terms of law, and offenders may be prosecuted. It means that all beekeepers must comply with our legislations, and our legislation is not here for punishment. Is that to make sure that we need to comply with our legislation to avoid maybe to spread the diseases from infected area. Like I said on the previous slide, Western Cape is infected with American fall brood and other diseases, Campestis problem. So we need to show that, to make sure that not move the bees, the Cape bees to central and northern part of South Africa. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our legislation play important role. And we also conduct a regular training through provincial engagement, distribution of beehives, box, and other equipment provinces. Sorry, Chairperson, I'm just checking something here.
Noted.
Okay. Yeah, Dalrrd play important role in beekeeping industry to review, to develop and review the legislation and the regulations. And we also implement and enforce relevant legislation and policies to ensure compliances. And we also develop and distribute promotional and awareness material to stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, we also participated in various beekeeping forums and provide advisory services. Last year, we attended the SABIO conference, SABIO Bee conference at Western Cape with other real stakeholders to share our ideas and to discuss the challenges facing with our beekeepers. We also participated in the World Bee Day and the other beekeeping awareness information. Like my colleague, Mr. Mpho indicated that 2023, we attended the Apimondia Symposium at Durban. So we met with the different experts from the outside countries, from the African countries, and discuss how are we going to solve the challenges facing about the bees. Next slide, please. The way forward in terms of our the department is that the department play on the beekeepers to register with the department, and also the department do a regular visit inspection and make sure that all beekeepers compliance with our legislation and regulations. We also do awarenesses and education on bee legislation. Slide, please. I also attached the pictures that we attended the Apimondia Symposium 2023 debate at ICC, and also the other one is consultative workshop with Mr. Mpho at Northern Cape. Those organizations producing a lot of honey and exporting to to the neighboring countries. I think now this is the end of my presentation, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation, Mr. Nengovhela. I have questions on my own, and I believe that a lot of the participants have questions as well, but we'll keep those for later on in our program. We'll now move on to the next presentation by Ms. Busisiwe Shomang, who is basically the manager for the Directorate of Inspection. She is overseeing the technical training, audit, and information management unit. She holds a BSc in natural sciences and an honors in applied sciences and a master's degree in business administration as well as environmental management. Her career in the department began in the Directorate of Plant Health, where she was part of the early warning unit. She'll be giving us a presentation on basically the role of the Directorate in the inspection services in beekeeping.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Oh, okay, thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. And I just want to greet everyone who is in this meeting today. My name is Mr. Rofhiwa Nethanani. I heard when you were doing the intro, you mentioned the wrong bio. So,
apologies,
but it's fine.
Mr. Nethanani. I have the wrong agenda. I think I have the previous agenda.
Yes.
I hope
No,
everyone else has the current agenda so that they are able to read your bio. And apologies on my end.
No, it's fine. She's the one who was supposed to be doing these presentations, and she asked me to do this presentation on her behalf. But thanks. What I'm going to present about is just the role of us as IS, or inspection services in beekeeping. And it's going to be a brief one because my colleague, Mr. Charles, have already alluded to a lot of things that if I repeat them, it will be duplication. So yeah, can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, this is the overview of the presentation. I'm going to give the background information, more especially when it comes to the regulations that govern this beekeeping industry. I'm going to talk about the registration, which I believe my colleague have already given a brief summary about it. I'm also going to talk about beekeeping audits and verification, colony inspections, surveillance, awareness and roadshows. We also have joint operations. Then I will conclude. Thank you. Let's go to the next one. So basically what we are doing as IS is just implementation or enforcing the regulations and the control measures that governs beekeeping. So the act that governs us or that we use is the Agriculture Pest Act of number 36 of 1983. And then when we started, we were using the control measures that was published in the government notice number R858 of 15 November 2013. And then due to some problems with that, we therefore amended it. And then we are currently using that control measure R1511 of 22 November 2019 relating to honeybees. The reason for amendment was that some of the clauses that were there were not feasible. So we ended up coming together with other stakeholders to amend it. Next slide, please. So our core function as inspection services is beekeeping and registration, which as it has been alluded by my colleague there, it is required by that control measure and by the Act that every beekeeper, whoever that is involved in beekeeping activities, it might be pollination, production of honey, bee removals, research purpose, or any other matter that might be involved in beekeeping. So everyone must register with the department according to the law. And the registration is done by completing the beekeeping registration form that is obtainable from our website and can be obtainable from our SABIO website. As the office, we require those forms to be typed. That is our preference, or it can be written in block letters. Reason being that most of the form that reach our offices, you may find that the handwriting is not clearly visible, and that result in issuing certificates that have wrong information. So we require them, or we ask the beekeepers to either type or complete those forms in block letters, and those forms can be sent to us via email. But we are in the process of migrating to online systems so that this can be done via online. So once we receive those forms as the office, each beekeepers will be allocated unique permanent numbers, permanent registration numbers, and they are allocated as per province. For example, if you are Gauteng, it will be Gauteng, then the number. If you are Limpopo, it will be LP, then the number. So this is very important for traceability purposes. So those numbers are issued and they're important for traceability purposes. And those numbers that are received from us, they must be used to mark those beehives. They must be engraved on those beehives. Some beekeepers prefer to also mark on the inside of the boxes, just in case if it's stolen or what. So this marking, as per control measure or regulation, is important for traceability purposes. For example, if someone just decide to put their colonies or beehives in someone else's farm without their consent. Hello? Okay. So the importance there is that if someone just decide to put colonies on someone else's beehive without their consent, those people can be able to contact us. Then we can be able to locate the owner of those beehives. Or sometimes it can help if maybe their colonies are stolen and then they are maybe found in another farm. Then someone can call us, then we can be able to locate to the owner. So it's also important to mark those beehives. So this registration can be done individually or as a company. So you can put the company name, then the certificate, when it's issued, it will be issued under a company name. If you're an individual person, it can be issued as an individual. And for those companies that might have maybe 2 or more people in that company, we issued one certificate for that company. So whoever that falls under that company can use that certificate under that company. So yeah, so that means that once the registration is successfully completed, then they will be furnished with the certificate, and the registration is valid for 24 months from the date of registration. Next slide, please. So one other core function that we do as beekeeping, as the Directorate, is that we conduct audits and verification. This is important to ensure that there is compliance in terms of the control measure, that beekeepers are complying with whatever that they have to comply with. So these audits are done continuously to monitor the registered beekeepers. So we have to monitor them. So to ensure that they are complying with our regulation. For example, the control measure requires them to mark the beehives. So we do audits and verification to ensure that, or to make sure that they are complying with that marking of beehives. They are also required to keep records of whatever that they have there. If they're registered now and they have maybe 2 colonies, and 2 years down the line they have 5, so they have to keep those records, and whatever that changes that might be happening in their place. And they are required also to do inspections, regular inspections, to ensure that, because we believe that if you are a beekeeper, you know your bees. If there's any strange activities, or if there's something that is strange in that colonies, then you have to do inspections. Then you can call us if you suspect anything. Then we can come and check. So another purpose for this audit and verification is to ensure that those bees, capensis, scutellata line is not crossed. As per our colleague indicated, that there's a line whereby capensis bees have to be kept under capensis line, scutellata, they have to be kept on top of the scutellata line. But if you are keeping those capensis in the scutellata area, you can do that by indicating to our executive officer that you need to keep those capensis maybe for research purposes. Then you have to be allowed to do that. You don't just do that. Only if there's a valid reasons for that. And please go to the next slide, please. We also do colony inspections. We go to different randomly select our beekeepers and go and do inspections. But if there's any outbreak, or if there's any susceptible outbreak, then we are responsible to go there and ensure that we do inspections to make sure that, to ensure if there's any outbreak or not. So these colony inspections, it can be done in the area where there's possible outbreak. So one other thing that's required by the beekeepers is to report any susceptible outbreak of any diseases or insects, or if there's anything that they don't understand, then they have to report. So this reporting is not done only by myself as a beekeeper. If I see something in my colony, I can be a police for the next, or for my neighbor, beekeeper. If there's anything that is going on with them, or if we suspect that there's any capensis or there's any AFB, then we can be called. Next slide, please. We also do surveillance. Surveillance is done in response of disease outbreak in the country, and it is done under the Agricultural Pests Act of 36 of 1983 and its associated regulations with the control, which is the control measures that was alluded by our colleague. So us as DIS will visit that area whereby there's any outbreak, then we'll take samples just to check. Those samples can be taken to the lab for verification. And that area of where there's those colonies or apiary site can be quarantined to ensure that we prevent the spread of that disease or insects. So by doing that, we can issue an order to that particular beekeeper to say, you are not allowed to move those bees. You are not allowed to move those colonies from that apiary site where they are, until maybe we can have an idea of what is going on. And that order can also include ordering the beekeeper to destroy that beehive if it can be of danger to other beehives, because you may find that it can end up causing the colony collapse or colony loss of other bees that are close by. But if in a case whereby the lab, the results are sent to the lab and they are positives, other activities will take place whereby we can notify the stakeholders affected about the outbreak, and then the awareness and education will be conducted. Thank you. The next slide. Awareness and roadshow. Awareness is conducted throughout the country to make the beekeepers and other stakeholders aware of the control measures. So this is done together with our sister directorates, DFIS, plant health, animal health, egg 36, and other stakeholders such as provincial departments. So this is important to make beekeepers aware of the importance of registration and other regulation matters that are there. Other slide, please. In conclusion, bees are vital for our ecosystems and food security, primarily due to their role as pollinators, which is essential for the reproduction of many plants, including crops and the production of honey and other bee products. In fact, it's also proven scientifically that where there's pollinators, as bees as pollinators, the yield of that particular plant or the yield of that particular crop is exponentially high. So it is also important, or it's of utmost importance, to register every beekeeper for the purpose of traceability and inspect pest control. So it is important to know where our beekeepers are. If there's any outbreak, then we can be able to trace those beekeepers and take necessary steps to prevent any further spread of that disease. The next slide, please. Yeah, that is the end. And then those are the contact details for people that are in the registration office for the beekeepers. If you need anything, the details are there, the cell phone number, email address. It's me who's working on this office, and my colleague, Ms. Brenda Malapan, and their details also is there on the slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rofhiwa, for actually coming in and sharing all of the information that you've shared with us today. It has garnered quite a lot of interaction and interest from colleagues in the chat box. I will be able to give everyone time to basically chat with everyone and have their questions being answered too. But it seems to have had a lot of interest, where some people have basically shown that there is quite a lot of issues when it comes to registering, and it's taking quite a long time to get them registered. So maybe you'll be able to assist with some of these questions that are going to be posed to you. Just a quick overview of his profile. He is an agricultural food and quarantine technician in the Department of Agriculture. He's responsible for registration of beekeepers, auditing and verification of beekeepers, inspections and surveillance of bee colonies, and he holds a Bachelor of Agriculture. So I think we've found the right person for everyone who's been actually asking what can we do about the registration. And some of the people I think I saw in the chat box have said we've actually applied 4 months ago, but still we haven't had any luck from there. So I think you're the best person to have come forward, Mr. Rofhiwa Nentanani, to actually be able to clarify some of the questions that we have from our participants today. Moving on to our next presenter. I thank you so much to everyone who's presented so far as well. I think we're right on schedule with regards to our time. We'll be moving on to Ms. Edith, who'll be presenting on the regulations of honey and mixtures of bee products destined for sale in South Africa. Ms. Edith basically is a production scientist who looks for food imports and standards in the Department of Agriculture. She is basically for the promotion and awareness of minimum country requirement for food safety and quality standards. She is a graduate with a BSc honors degree majoring in food science and microbiology from the University of Free State. She began her career in as an agricultural inspector at Land Ports under the Directorate of Inspection Services, and she will present on the regulations of honey and mixtures of bee products destined for sale in the Republic of South Africa. Thank you so much. You can take it away, Ms. Edith. We can see the presentation.
Good morning, colleagues, champions of the industry, future champions of the industry, and consumers at large out there, who are the consumers of honey. My name is Edith Ramocaedi from the Directorate Food Import and Export Standards under subdivision Food Safety and Quality Promotions. So today I'm going to present about the regulations of honey and mixtures of bee products before you can sell your honey in South Africa. So we know we are here with regard to beekeeping and honey production and mixtures of honey. And in relations to honey and mixtures of honey production, we all know that processing will take place. So one must be careful of knowing that there will be adding value to the honey, meaning there will be processing that honey, and there are food systems that they must put in place. And one of those food systems to put in place is the hazard analysis critical control point, which is a process control system that identifies where hazards might occur in the food production process and puts into place stringent actions to take or to prevent the hazard from occurring. Those hazards, which might be the biological hazards, maybe the growth of bacteria, and another hazard can be a chemical hazard, where there can be a chemical contamination, and another hazard can be the physical one. And I am starting here with compliance. This is like voluntary compliance, that one can add from the minimal compliance of the country that I am going to talk about, which are the countries' minimum requirements for compliance before you can sell your honey or other processed products that you might want to process or to produce. So if you can check, I have illustrated other products that we control as a Department of Agriculture through our regulations. So each and every product has its own regulations on how you're going to classify it, on how you're going to label it, and how you're going to bottle or package it. So the requirements that we have as a department, they are based on that scope. And I will go to the legislation of our department as the Department of Agriculture. We are promoting the Agricultural Product Standard Act. As I said, I am from the Directorate, Food Safety and Quality Assurance Promotions. So I will be promoting the Act and the regulations today of honey. So all the products are being regulated.
Edith, you broke. Can you hear me? I think your network is a bit unstable. We cannot hear you. Hello?
Products into.
Can you hear me now?
Act provide
Edith, hello?
the control over the sale. Hello?
Yes, you broke off for a bit, so we lost you and couldn't hear some parts of your presentation.
Okay, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, but I think your network
Okay.
is a bit unstable.
Yeah, I don't know why.
We can hear you though.
But can you hear me
continue.
now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I'm here to speak about standards and regulations of honey. One of the standards that I'm promoting is this one of Agricultural Product Standard Act number 119 of 1990, which is an act or a standard that farmers and agro-processors in South Africa, before they can sell their products into South Africa, they must comply with. And then this act, its objective is to provide for control over the sale and export of certain agricultural products. Certain, not all products. I hope that you have noted that. Control over the sale of certain imported agricultural products, the local ones, and control over other related products and for matters connected with. Meaning this act is a standard that makes sure that whatever we export to other countries is in compliance with whatever that country might need from us. And then for the local ones, the processed products or the honey, like we are here for honey, the honey that we produce complies with our own local regulations. And again, the imported honey that comes from other countries, when it comes into South Africa and it enters our market, that it also complies with our local regulations, meaning the competition will be fair for all, for our local producers and for the honey that comes from other countries. There'll be no favoritism. The competition will be just leveled. So that is why we have standards and regulations in place. So for today, as we are dealing with honey and honey mixtures and products, the regulation that I'm here to present about is the regulations relating to the grading. The honey needs firstly to be graded. The packing, it has to be packed or bottled, because in this instance, it has to be bottled. And the honeycombs, they need to be packed accordingly. And marking of honey, most importantly, honey must be marked, meaning it has the container must have a label with necessary information in it according to the regulations. So the regulation number is regulation number 835 of 25 August 2000. And requirements in these regulations are designed to protect consumers. So a label is information that will tell a consumer what you are buying, the kind of quality or the safety measure they took for the product to be produced. So it gives the consumers that satisfaction to buy that product. And then again, the regulations are there to ensure fair competition for the industry of both local and imported products. Hence, I have mentioned already from the Act that the Act is the objectives of the Act is to make sure there's a fairness competition with our own local products and those products that come from outside. And then if one is interested into looking into this Act, you can find this Act in our website. So I have highlighted there of where you will find the Act step by step, the whole Act. Then you can read the Act at your own time. So when you get to the website, it will guide you step by step according to the way I have written everything here. I hope that one is clear. And a regulation, it has grade requirements, standards for grades, container requirements, marking requirements, restricted particulars. So those things are the things that you will find in an Act if you're going to expose yourself to that act. These are the things that you will familiarize yourself with. Okay, grades of honey. According to the regulations, honey, it should be graded in 2 grades, which is choice grade and industrial grade. Chunk honey mixtures of bee products shall be graded only as choice grade. There shall be no grading for raw honey. Do you see that? There is no grading for raw honey. Yeah? Crystallization of liquid products. Crystallization of liquid honey shall not be downgraded, as this is a natural process. Creamed or crystallized honey shall be liquefied if quality factor, standards or specific standards is in dispute and thereafter graded, especially here when they're not sure if the honey is graded or is it raw honey. So what is the difference between raw honey and graded honey? The difference is that the raw honey, there is no temperature added on it, or the temperature doesn't exceed the 38 degrees Celsius, and the honey thereof is not even filtered. Immediately we filter, we are going to filter the honey. It will have to be graded as choice grade or industrial grade. So there shouldn't be a confusion between raw honey and choice grade, because it usually happens. Most people, when they produce honey, they filter their honey, and then they, on the label, they put raw honey instead of putting choice grade as for the bottled one, for the retailers or the ones that they're going to sell out. Honey shall be well ripened in order to, because these are the quality standards, né? So honey shouldn't be ripened, no, over ripened. So it should have the correct moisture content and enzyme activity, meaning our beekeepers or honey producers and bee products, bee mixtures products, they should be aware of when should they harvest their honey, or when should, at which stage should they harvest, when their honey is ripened and the correct moisture content has been achieved, the one which should be less than 20%. How will you know as a honey producer that your honey has ripened? It has ripened. You'll only know when it has developed. For most of us, we know that you'll only know when the bees have excreted the bee wax to cap the honeycomb. So the whole honey hive must be covered with that wax. Then you'll know that indeed my honey has ripened. When you shake your beehive, the water doesn't come out, or the droplets of the honey doesn't come out. That's when you'll know that your honey has ripened. This is one of the quality standards that one must take into place and into consideration, because it's one of the critical control points. Because the more the content of your measure will be, it will be for the honey won't last. The lesser the moisture content, it means that your honey will be in the right time frame for it not to spoil or to ferment. Hence, the moisture content is very much important, and you must know when to harvest your own honey. And your honey must be free of foreign particles in its composition, free from mold, insects, or of debris scent. because no one wants to eat things that are not of honey. So those things, they're usually taken out through filtration. Honey shall not be foreign, taste or odor, shouldn't smell something else that is not honey. Honey shall not be started to ferment or effervesce, meaning the honey, it must have the right content so that it doesn't ferment. Because the more the moisture content is where the yeast will grow and produce more of the unwanted chemicals that will start to cause the honey to ferment or to spoil in other instances. So honey shall not have been treated in such a way that destroys its natural enzymes or renders this inactive. Meaning, through the heat treatment, you must even you mustn't like overheat your honey so that you still preserve those natural enzymes that are needed. So with regard to the regulations, we have seen that your honeys, you have to classify them or to grade them in terms of choice grade or industrial grade. And if it's, the heat is not applied, or if your heat is not filtered, then your honey will go as raw honey. You haven't done anything to that honey. You haven't added any temperature to it. So containers of honey, now we'll talk about the container, the actual container of honey. Because with regard to the regulations, containers, the container that you are going to use, it also has to comply with the regulations. So the regulations will tell you that containers of honey or mixtures of bee products shall be made from materials that are suitable for this purpose, for the purpose of storing honey, will protect the content from contamination, as we know that honey is very much sensitive. So we must try by all means to protect the contents from contamination. Will not contaminate the content in any way, that container. It mustn't be a container that can contaminate the honey. So it should be a very clean container that you must use, or a bottle or a plastic bottle or a glass bottle, but it should be clean. Be strong in such a way that it will not damage or deform, or it won't be deformed during normal storage, handling and transport practices. As obviously you are a business person, you produce your honey for business. You'll have to store that honey accordingly, and then you have to handle the containers. When they are handled and transported, they shouldn't be damaged in any way or be deformed. So you must have the suitable container for your honey. And your container must be intact and be closed or sealed properly in order to protect the content from any kind of contamination. So we are done with the grading of honey. We are done with the container requirements. Now we will be talking about the marking requirements. With the food safety regulations, food safety and quality regulations, one has to mark their products in order to make sure that consumers, they know of what they are buying. They have the confidence in what they are going to buy from you as a producer. So what does a label of honey should have? What is it that it should have? It should have the name of the product. It should have the grade, as now you know when is honey graded, when it's filtered or heated. That is when you will grade it as choice grade. If not, then you will write raw honey. If you haven't filtered or heated that honey, then you are going to write raw honey. And you're going to write your address as a producer where you are producing. And then you are going to tell us the mass, the net mass of your honey. And then you are going to, if maybe you have imported your honey from another country, usually that honey, it has to be irradiated. You must include there on the label that the honey has been irradiated. And what is irradiation? We all know irradiation is the deliberate exposure to ionizing radiation. It's the process whereby honey is being irradiated in order to get rid of the bacterial diseases and contamination that is not wanted. So as consumers, we have the right to know when we buy the honey, if it has been exposed to irradiation or not. You have to put the date of packaging when you have bottled your honey, and this can also be used as a lot identification, or you can have your own lot identification number that you will get maybe from the date of when you have packaged your honey, and maybe some number or whatever, the way you have identified your hives, that your honey comes from this hives. You have harvested your honey from these hives, this number or box registration this on this date. That one can be your lot identification number that you can be able to produce when asked for traceability purposes. And then product of South Africa, the country of origin, it should be there on the label. It is very, very necessary to have the country of origin of the contents. Why? Because we are having some honey that comes from outside the country. So if the honey is not of our origin, it has to say maybe a product of Zambia or a product of Malawi or whatever country. So if it's our product, then it has to say that this is a product of South Africa, so that a customer can have that choice of what they want, which kind of honey they want, or from where. Okay, these are just a list of regulated agro-processed products that we regulate as the Department of Agriculture from the Directorate Food Safety and Quality Assurance Promotions. They also have their own regulations on how are you going to grade them or classify them, how are you going to pack them, and how you're going to label them before you can sell them in South Africa in terms of safety and quality requirements. So what are the benefits of agro-processing in honey? Is to replace declining products, especially for those who are using raw materials from primary production, like vegetable production, to replace the declining product, to take advantage of new technology, to keep up with rivals, to increase market share, to maintain competitive, and so on. There are lots of benefits of agro-processing for farmers. So this one is just for general knowledge. In South Africa, food is being controlled at large from different directorates. Hence, I have put the structure, the South African Food Control System. We, as the Department of Agriculture, we control certain agricultural products, and then the Department of Agriculture of Health, it also controls food all food products, including those that we produce, we regulate, and those that we do not regulate. Because if I'm going to go back, if you can check, okay, if we can check from this list that we are controlling, the products that we are controlling, there is no peanut butter and there's no atchar. I hope that you are aware of that. There's no peanut butter and atchar, you see, meaning we don't control everything. Some, and including these ones, are also controlled by the Department of Health. And I will only share with you for general knowledge that with the Department of Health, when you produce something that people are going to eat, your premises must be registered with the Department of Health, where you will get that certificate of acceptability before you can produce a food. Your premises must comply with the regulations of the Department of Health before you can go on. So I hope all the champions of the industries have complied with the Department of Health in getting that certificate of acceptability. And as departments are in control of food, the NRCS also from the DTI also control certain foods, not all, but all it has to be controlled from the Department of Health. And then we also control ours with our own country's minimum requirement. And please note that our regulations, according to the legislations, are mandatory. You are forced to have complied with them before you can go to those voluntary standards of SABS and SANS. These ones you are forced to. So we all know that in food, obviously, there are hygiene regulations. But whenever you are going to produce your own food, you must make sure your space is hygiene, and you must make sure that the food that you are going to produce, it requires what kind of hygiene standards to use. There you can see there's hazard regulations. It also chips in, it's very much important for one to have as a food system. And these ones, there are other stakeholders which are involved when someone is going to produce a product from a raw material. So this, hello?
I'm timing you now. You have about 4 minutes left.
Okay. So these are the food systems that are in place and other institutions that one must be aware of. The SABS, the Department of Health, Directorate, Agro-Processing. With the Department of Agro-Processing, they help with, because it's one of our directorate here in the Department of Agriculture, they help with funding, they help with skills, and they help with training, and they also can help you to comply with that hazard certification, where you will need to implement at the end of the day. And there's SEDA that provide for skills and funding. So there are different institutions where one can go and make sure their product complies with the standards and regulations, being mandatory and voluntary. So the way forward, when we go out, or why the regulations are to assist our farmers or the agro-processors, the emerging ones, to get the market, to produce quality products, to produce quantity and volumes, because the more they produce, the more they make profit, and the more they will produce more products. And then the gap training, there's a gap, meaning one has to have good agricultural practice when they are producing, or they must have knowledge of those hygiene standards. The training, like hazard training or training where you'll be trained with these minimum requirements of different processed products. And again, the training that you might get from processing, the one for hazard principle and how to implement that hazard principles. And after that, obviously, you get certification of those food systems that you have in your premises. So I'm about to finish, and my conclusions goes to that processors who are well informed about the Agricultural Standard Act number 119 of 1990, meaning processors or agro-processors out there, they must be aware of the legislation of the country before they're going to sell their products. Okay, now I'm about to sell this thing, or I'm about to produce this thing. What are those standards and regulations that I have to follow for my products to be deemed safe and of good quality, so that it can penetrate the market without any problem? To have producers who will produce safe and quality processed products. Regulations and standards are there for the safety and the quality of the processed products. For consumers, we shouldn't be producing food that is not safe or of good quality for the producers. Hence, labels must have information that tells the customer, this is this kind of quality that is inside this bottle of honey. To have processors who will participate in the formal market and generate realistic income and continue to create jobs through their agro-processing enterprises. Food safety and quality of the final product should be monitored from the first step of production to the last step of production, meaning from the primary material to the end product. Food safety and quality should be monitored from the start to the end line. Hence, you also need those critical control points to be in place in your processing food chain. So we all know that this APS Act is an act, and anyone who doesn't follow it will be prosecuted. Hence, I have put a note here to say that any person who fails to comply with the provisions of these regulations shall be guilty of an offense, and upon conviction be liable to a fine or to imprisonment in accordance with Section 11 of the Act. This is there in the Act, the APS Act. And please take note that honey, I wanted to say this at the end, honey shouldn't be adulterated, meaning there is no non-bee product that is supposed to be in honey besides honey. Meaning, because it is the things that are happening. Honey, it can be mixed with syrup, just for someone to increase their production scale. They can just mix their honey with syrup, and that is not allowed. Honey should be pure, should just taste like honey and nothing else. Nothing has to be added in honey. If anything is added, that is adulterant, and it is not allowed. Thank you very much. My contact details are there on this, and my cell phone number, my email address. If anyone has a inquirement about how they should go about labeling their honey labels, they are welcome to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Edith, for your very, very comprehensive presentations. There's been quite a number of questions on the chat box. I'm hoping colleagues will be able to assist us with those questions on the chat box. I think there's quite a lot of them. Some of them are even going to fall into the cracks. which I don't think they should, because in my view, they are all very, very important. We are now at the question and answer mark. We are running quite late on our time in terms of time, but I think we can cover. We'll be okay. And I let it go for so long, everyone, because I believe that the information that was shared by our presenters is very important, hence why there's been so many questions. Okay, I will then take a couple of hands for our presenters, and then I will move to the chat box, and then I'll take another few hands. I can't see all the hands. I think the only one I can see at the moment is one from, colleagues, please do help me. Okay, one from Jeannie. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. I'll take Jeannie, I'll take Rian, and I'll take Joel Merrill for the first few questions. And then I'll take another round of questions after that. So I'll take 3 for now. You can go ahead, Jeannie.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Edith, thank you for a great presentation. It was really good. You gave so much information that all of us need. What I want to ask is, what are you in the department doing about the sugar water that come in tons and tons and tons in South Africa? I think that is a huge problem in our country. And what regulations and how can you get those people off the shelves that all of us can be on the same level as natural honey? I have a huge problem with that, and it would be fantastic if there can be more regulations, more proactive, that we can get that honey off the shelves. Perhaps blacklist the people who sell honey like that. That's my question to Edith.
Thank you so much, Trini. I'll take the next question from Rian. Okay, we've lost Rian. I'll take Joe. Are you able to hear me?
Obviously, Beekeeper Inspection Services.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Joel, please take it away.
Sure. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. My question was regarding that. I just want to find out, they say that we need to label our honey with the date of packaging. And my understanding, they say that, or from the study, it was scientifically approved that honey is one of the products that doesn't go off. Doesn't matter if it's take 100 years, does not go off. Why do we need to put the date of expiring date? So that means that honey, it has what you call preservative. That's why they put date of expiring, because if you put preservative, then it does expire. But if it's natural honey, it does not expire at all. So I don't think we should put the expiring date. Maybe we might put the date of that.
I never said expiring, I said date of packaging.
Okay, Edith, can we let the questions come through first, and then I'll allow you to answer everyone.
I thought I was off unmuted, sorry.
And also, I just want to find that, I think the first person was asking about this honey, what you call honey is in a lot of shelves which are diluted honey, and we have not seen Department of Agriculture goes there and remove this, even Department for Health, and this it's all syrups, and they cause health hazards to people. And why they are still on the shelves if we do have these kind of rules or regulations in our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe, for that question. I'll take one more from Ntokozo.
Morning, everyone. Thanks for this meeting. I just want to check and also verify from Edith. With regards of filtered honey, I wanted to get the indication. What does she mean filtered? Because normally after you uncap the honey, you will put it on the spin and then make sure that you don't put in the waxes. You filter out the waxes so that they don't come inside with the honey. So that is the process, just to filter the wax from coming into contact with the honey. So that may be sent as filtering, or is she not meaning that filtering, so that we can make sure that our grading still stays as natural honey? Because now when it's raw honey, it means there's another process that has been done. Just want to get clarity on that, and I wish my question is clear on that regards. It's just on that processing aspect where you make sure that you don't put the wax with the honey, you put a sieve so that the sieve absorbs or takes away or doesn't let the wax into the honey, so that the honey is raw as is. So will that mean my honey is choice grade, or will it still be raw honey? Because I'm just doing the sieve. So I just wanted to get that clarity on the issue of filtering. What does she mean? Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that question. I'll take the last one, Rianne. Okay, I'm unable to hear Rianne, and I don't know, colleagues, if it's his side that is muted or we are able to unmute him from our end. So we'll take another round after our presenters are able to answer some of the questions that were raised. Okay, over to you, presenters, with the questions that were given. And I hope you were able to note some of them in the chat box as well. Maybe if you can verbally share some of the answers here as well, so that even the questions that will come here, you will find that they've already been posed in the chat box and some people might have missed it. I saw some questions that were repetitious, such as the registration one. I think one person said, I registered 4 months ago. Another person said, I've registered 5 months ago, but there's no response from there. So can you kindly assist with that? I think there was also another question, maybe you can help with the registration, as to what will happen to anyone who does not register on this platform. Thank you. Please take it away.
Okay, Sinita, I will start with the one with regard to the shelves, which have the sugar content, the sugar water, instead of being pure honey or choice grade honey. And why is it still on the shelves and not being removed? Because the regulations also, it caters for such honey to be removed from the shelves. Yes, it is the responsibility of the department to see through that it has enough manpower going to enforce these acts and regulations, so that such products can be removed from the shelves. And usually this activity, it has to be done from the Directorate Inspection Services. I don't know if one of the presenters from the Inspection Services can assist with this, on what are the future things that the department can do to ensure that enforcement is being it has been done to make sure that in our shelves we don't have honey adulterants and false honey on our shelves, like the sugar water honey or the syrups. How are we going to have those inspectors who will be able to make sure they go around those shops to make sure that these things are removed with regard to the regulations? I don't know if anyone from Inspection Services, the presenters, can you assist that?
Okay, no, I want to come in there. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I want to come in there. In fact, we are having a joint operation called Operation Chanela, which we are going to conduct oversight there at Sunnyside tomorrow from 4:30 until somewhere around 2-3 will be done. So we are going to go there and we'll be conducting this under APS Act to ensure that honey that is there or whatever that is there is not adulterated or is honey, not anything else. So we'll be going there with other stakeholders like City of China, SAPS, China MPD, SARS, Home Affairs, Labor, a lot of stakeholders. So the whole day of tomorrow will be there in Sunnyside. And it was also conducted somewhere in Amaskral. I think it was last month. So we are still going to other places. So we are going to go to the shelves, right on the shelves and check one by one on those shops. I hope you are answered.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Edith, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that. I hope the three has been answered on that one, because it's a very good question, that one, that most of the producers wanted to know about. And then the other question, it was about the date of, okay, the expiry date. Yes, it was about the expiry date or the best before date. If you can still remember, on my presentation, I even displayed the label on how the honey label should look like and which information should be on the honey label. And the date that was there, it was only the date of packaging, only the date of packaging, not the best before date or expiry date. Like you have said that honey doesn't expire. Is the date of packaging only. I hope I have answered that question.
Okay. I think you have tried to answer all the questions, colleagues. I'm going to read a few from the chat box. Maybe you can try and answer those as well. I believe also the question on filtered honey and the production clarity has also been answered on the chat box. If you check the chat box, some of the colleagues have tried to assist with that question. Should you want further clarity on that, you can also continue asking on the chat box as well. I don't know if I heard the answer with regards to the clarification on the implications if the business is not registered. And another question was, can bottlers also register even if they are not beekeepers? Maybe you can assist with regards to this. And then can you give clarity with regards to the registration process lead time? As some have indicated that it's been 4 to 5 months where they've tried to register and nothing. And so they'd like to know if they do reapply, because I think I saw a colleague saying, please reapply. It should take about 30 days. However, what should happen for people who have reapplied but still seem to have issues there? Please kindly assist colleagues with regards to those questions. I do not know if there is any more that I'm missing on the chat box. There is quite a number of them. And for anyone who's still asking for presentations, they are going to be shared once again. Please note, once the webinar is done, this is going to be shared. And then what are the penalties for non-compliance? I think that's also going to be shared. Edith, there's also a question, I think this is for you, whereby they're asking, can you basically expand on what you mean that there shall be no grading for raw honey? What does that specifically mean for the beekeepers and the honey producers in this space? There was another question that I noted. I think it was from Brand, who spoke about Stellenbosch University. Oh, there it is. They asked that the Stellenbosch University have recently acquired a unique accredited international honey authentication method. The first such instrument in Africa, and they're asking who can they possibly contact to get this very comprehensive authentication method. Can they kindly share more information on this regard? And I think there are some answers that some of the colleagues are also assisting with in the chat box. I'll also allow a few hands again. Rian, I don't know if your question, you raised it on the chat box. I did note that you had an issue with trying to mute and unmute. I don't know if you still want to raise your question on the floor, or have you been assisted? If you have, just a thumbs up will be fine. I'll take another hand from, I think, Ntokozo once again, and then another one from Janus Delport. And the last hand I'll take is from Kobus. Okay. In that order, can we kindly have Ntokozo first?
My apologies, Speaker. I didn't quite get clear or clarity on the issue of that filtered honey or sieving out for it to be raw or a choice grade. Unless if I didn't quite listen enough, but I didn't get clarity on that. Thanks, ma'am.
Okay. Please also check the chat box. I think someone did try to answer with regards to using a sieve and filtering what that means, but I'll also allow the colleagues to also expand on it as well. And then I'll take the next hand, which is from Janice. I cannot hear you, but your mic shows that you're unmuted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Edith about the process of updating or changing our national legislation on honey. So naturally, from research that we've seen from other countries, some honeys have, or some honey types have a higher sugar content and a lower sugar content and different moisture contents and whatnot. So I wanted to ask about the process of getting our research in South Africa into eventually legislation change. So what sort of steps do we need to take to start informing that sort of policy change?
Thank you so much for that question. I think Ms. Edith has noted it and will answer. I'll take the last hand from Kobus, and then I'll open it again for the last round of question.
Once again, hi everyone. My question, actually, I've got two threshold questions. The first one goes to Rofhiwa around registration. He mentioned that we will be issued with the number of the registration, which will be engraved on the boxes. I want to check because he mentioned something in terms of the provinces, that each province will have its own number. So does it mean if I've got boxes in 2 provinces or more that I have to register twice, or they can fall under the same company? If you can please clarify how will that work out? And also the second question goes to Ms. Edith around the labeling. She said, like the example she has given, there was of the sunflower. Maybe as the main source of foraging. So I want to check if my bees are just foraging in the wildflowers. So what should be written on my label? And also if there is a need for nutritional information on the raw honey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give it to the speakers to try and answer some of the questions. I see there's quite a lot of questions coming up. We'll do the question and answer for the next 5 minutes. So can the responders please try and summarize your answers. Please note, everyone, that we will share contact details of all the presenters as well. The reason why I'm allowing this is so that even for others who have similar questions, those can be answered today as well. I think there's been a lot of interest with regards to policy change, registration, legislation, and some of the grading of the honey. Edith, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Singita. On the issue of filtered honey and raw honey, The raw honey is that one that you extract from the hives through an extractor, and then those debris or whatever will still remain. And then after that, to purify some of those large particles, to sieve them, you must have sieve, where the honey will just go through on its own. So that honey, it will be raw honey. That will be raw honey. There is no need to classify that honey, but immediately you put that honey into a filtering machine, because the honey in a filtering machine, it will have to pass through a filter under pressure. That pressure, everything that has been processed under pressure, meaning there's a temperature there. There's a temperature that has been added. Hence, that honey will be now classified or grade A. It should be graded as choice grade because that honey has been pressed under pressure, meaning the temperature of that honey has been increased to force it to get rid of those impurities. While with raw honey is a total different story. I hope that answer it has been answered. That question. In terms of Singita, in terms of the policy changing, the procedures, the industry and research institutions, they have to approach the department in forums or in BISOS or in meetings, or you can, in this instance, a forum of food safety and quality assurance, they can come and say that with this regulation, we have seen that there is a need to change it to this and that, and come with evidence why that regulation has to be changed to that. So it is a discussion between the department and the industry as a whole in terms of coming up with regulations or new regulations or into changing regulations. Consultation will happen. So I hope that one, it has been answered that yes, the industry can approach the department. Institutions, they can also approach the department in order for some of the regulations to be changed or some regulations of other products to be added if that need arises. I hope that one, it has been answered.
Thank you very much, Edith, for that. I think there was a question for you, Rofhiwa, as well, if you can come through.
No, thank you. The question was in the issue of the number, to say if I have big beehives in more than one province, can I get number for each province? The answer there is that if the beehives are in the same area where there's one same type of bees like Sekgala, let's say for example you have beehives in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga, you really should do with one number. That number maybe can be determined to say which province can we put. Maybe it can be determined by your address where you are from. The reason for this is that you may find that some of the beekeepers are doing pollinations and they are putting beehives on this province because there's a forage for that time. And then after that, they will have to move it to another province. So that's why hence we are saying we take that into account. So if you are moving your beehives, which means you might as well not be allowed to move to another provinces if the boxes is marked for other province. But you are not allowed, if you have beehives or colonies in Sekgala and another in Capensis, that's where you are forced now to have two numbers. But for Sekgala or for Capensis only, you can have one number because you will still be eligible to move your colonies from one province to the next, maybe for pollination purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Nengovhela, with regards to registrations, maybe you can try and attempt answering that question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the registration issue. Yeah, Mr. Rofhiwa Nethanani is the one who is responsible to the registration issue. Mine, I just want to answer. There's a question from the attendee, ask about what happen if not complying with our legislation and act. So, program director, our act, it is clear. I also indicated that in terms of section 13, there's an offenses and penalties. So any person who fails to comply with the provisions of our act and regulation, there is a fine not exceeding 20,000 or to imprisonment for the period not exceeding 5 years, or both fine and imprisonment. So our act is clear, program director. So we emphasize that beekeepers comply with our legislation and regulations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Rofhiwa maybe will clarify about the issue of registration.
Okay, I'm giving it back to you, Mr. Nethanani, with regards to registrations and the lead time of that.
Thank you. Was there any other question? I didn't get that question. So
basically, the
any other question?
I think the questions, it's multiple, which I believe are the same. And the reason why I'm asking you to try and answer them is because they keep coming up, is to how long, if people have issues with registrations, what should they do, and how long does registration take?
Oh, okay. When we receive the application, you can expect an acknowledgement of the email within 48 hours. To say the application was received and it will be processed. Then for the entire process, it takes up to a month for everything to be completed. For you to say you have a certificate or the certificate was emailed to you, it's a process that takes up to a month because we still have, we go through a lot of processes for everything to be done. So about a month for everything to be completed.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
And then there are people who might say, I think I noted it down, who might say I've sent my application when I haven't received anything. We can request them to kindly resend those emails, because maybe there was a mistake of some sort, or maybe because the emails that were used were individual emails, but we are mitigating that by creating a central email whereby emails will be sent to one central place, irrespective of who is on leave and who is not. So we are mitigating that. So those who haven't received anything, we can kindly ask them to resend, and we also offer our apologies for any inconvenience.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think it clarifies quite a number of questions, and thank you, colleagues, for answering all the questions. There's still quite a number of hands. This is the last round of questions, and then I'll allow people to break just for a quick leg stretch before we do, I believe it's what's called the graveyard shift, even though it's still in the early hours of the morning. But I'll take the last round of hands before allowing people to break for a bit of a break. Okay, I'll start with Joel.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, my question is just wanting to find out the department what intervention they take, as they know that we as beekeepers, we're facing a huge challenge regarding I could say vandalism. And then, as we need honey in our country, we are in shortage of honey in the country. But then we're trying to farm or to have more honey. But the vandalism, it's amazing in this country. And even if we try to report the matter to the SAPS, there's no really help. So what the department has done to able to compensate on that or to able to intervene in regards to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And then I'll take Ben again.
Good day to everyone.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Good day to everyone.
We can hear you.
All right, yes. The question that I have is about the pollination contract. Do we have a standard contract for that? Because some of us, we have we are taking our hives to the farmer, and is it just an agreement between me and the farmer, or how do we go about with it?
Thank you so much for that question. Please also check the chat box. I think there is an answer from Riette Van Zyl, who tried to answer you with regards to the pollination contract. But should the presenters also have something more to add, I will allow it. And then my last hand that I do have is from Lucas. Lucas.
Good day, everyone. I don't know if this was touched. My apologies if it was touched. Are there plans from the department to extend the functions of enforcement to perhaps SABIO, and from SABIO to the regional associations in terms of enforcing the agriculture product standards? That will, I think, relieve some pressure from the department if such a function is delegated to a national beekeeping body, and thus the lower regional beekeeping body as well. Are there plans for doing such an extension of compliance and enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucas. And I'm glad that the next part of our presentations will have presentations from SABIO. So if the questions are not being able to be answered here, of which I believe our colleagues will be able to answer though, I believe that SABIO will also shed some light with regards to any enforcements that are done on their end with regards to agri-product standards. Okay. Ben, I'm going to try you again, and then the last hand will be from Manda. Ben?
Yes, I think I just needed clarity. I think my question was not answered around the labeling in terms of the nutritional information for raw honey. Is there a need for that? Thank you.
Okay. Ben, as well, please also check the chat. Some of the colleagues have tried answer. Yes, please also check the chat box. I think some of those were answered there, but I will allow Ms. Edith to try and answer with regards to the labeling part of it.
No, thanks.
Okay. Manda, you're the last person that I'm going to take a hand from. Okay. We are not getting through to Manda. I don't know whether they are unable to unmute, or by the time that they're trying to unmute, they are already blocked from unmuting. I will allow the presenters to give us another round of answers for the questions that were posed before we take a quick break. Okay, we'll start with the first question on vandalism. And I think there was an earlier question earlier on in our presentations with regards to the fact that there's quite a lot of theft in the country when it comes to beehives, bees, honeys in the beekeepers sort of industry. Can we try and answer these questions as to what is done from the department's side?
Thank you, Rofhiwa here. Hey, the vandalism and theft is the biggest challenge that across board, all beekeepers, they will be, when you ask about the challenges, it will be part of them to say vandalism and theft. And unfortunately, even if the box can be vandalized and we found someone selling the honey on the street, maybe brewed with honey, you cannot prove that that is coming from that particular beehives, because that person can say it's coming from the wild bees. So that is it's difficult one to navigate on that one of theft and vandalism. But hence we are asking for the people. I can see also in the comments they are giving advice on how to do to engrave that number on the beehive. That can also assist a lot when if your hive is stolen, or if your hive can be stolen and vandalized somewhere, then you can be able to be you can be notified, because we will be having those details on our database. So, but on how we deal with it, unfortunately, it has to be reported to the police. But if you are reporting it to the police and you don't have a proof that the person who's selling that honey got them from that hive of yours or box, there's little that we can do, unless if maybe Charles can assist in terms of the regulation. But this is the biggest challenge that people are facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Rofhiwa. And then the next question was on pollination contracts. Anyone wants to take that on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm Riette Van Zyl. I'm on the SABIO board. I think I answered her on that. Pollination contracts is very specific. What you put in the contract, and is most definitely a contract between you and the farmer. And I suggested in her area that the Beekeepers Association that is affiliated with SABIO is the Northern Beekeepers, and their chairman is a lawyer, and he actually worked on a contract for his members. So perhaps if they can contact SABIO, Northern Beekeepers, for advice, but it's very specific in area, even though the standards, the pollination standards is quite, everybody know what it is. Everybody know what you should put, what your hive should look like. So yeah, I think she can contact me afterwards. My number is somewhere, and I can advise her more. But there's a lot of things to think about when you put that contract in place, and it's definitely between her and the beekeeper, the farmer.
Thank you so much for that. I did note your inputs as well on the chat box, Riette. And then there is also questions on the plans to extend the enforcement of the agri-product standards. I think that's more so from the department side as to what is the department doing to enforce these agri-product standards to the likes of SABIO and other associations. Rofhiwa, Edith, Charles, any takers?
Thank you. Maybe Oman and Charles can correct me. But I don't think there's a possibility of delegating those responsibilities from APS to the industry, because it will be like a play and referee at the same time. I think that is my opinion. Maybe someone else can clarify.
No, thank you for being a taker.
From the Food Safety and Quality Assurance Directorate, they are the one responsible for APS Act, and they are one who can be able to shift those roles of enforcement to other industries, not specifically the associations of honey producers or whatever. There has been that part where the department can be able to have assignees who will carry out the standard out, the enforcement the inspection and whatever. It used to be there. I don't know if now it is still there or not, or that responsibility has been taken back to inspection services again. It has been done before, that such things, they can be given to assignees, that, what do we call them, assignees, other industries that can carry out the enforcement.
Thank you so much, Edith, for that. There was also a question on labeling. Edith, I think this was specifically for you. Could you kindly assist on the chat box with regards to the labeling on nutritional? If you can kindly assist our attendees on the chat box as to what can they do with that and what does that specify. I'm going to be giving people a leg stretch for about 7 minutes. We'll come back at 12:50. I know we are running behind on some time, but if you will note from the invitation, I think we're still on time. We will then come back at 12:50 to basically close off with basically presentations from SABIO, as well as from the Bergland Boerdery. So if you can just stretch your legs, drink some water, and come back, and we can engage for the last bit of the day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you were able to get some water, stretch your legs, use the bathroom, and was able to also engage on the chat box. I know we've had a long session, but please sit still and engage with us for the last part of our agenda, which I think is going to be quite interesting, and there'll be a lot more engagements as well before we wrap up. We are now going to be going into a presentation by Ms. Riette Van Zyl, who is the Operation and Financial Director of SABIO. She is a passionate entrepreneur, beekeeper, and businesswoman. She identifies and has developing potential in people and businesses and has a deep love for resilient South African honeybees. Riette has dedicated herself to advocating for our bees' well-being and supporting local beekeepers and producers. Through her work, she aims to promote sustainable beekeeping practices, foster collaboration within the industry, and inspire the next generation of bee enthusiasts to join the effort of protecting these vital pollinators. Thank you so much, Riette. We've seen some of the contributions you've shared with us on the chat box, as well as some of the questions you've also assisted with answering. I think there'll be more coming your way now from your presentation. Please take it away.
Thank you, everybody attending, and for Dalrrd for presenting us this platform. Yeah, if you can just get my slides together. So I will. They asked me to talk more on SABIO as well, but I will first stick to what I was given to do, and then I'll go further. Unlocking the growth and the potential. This is my passion. Potential is my passion. Please move to the next page. Next slide, please. Okay, so in business and so I'm going to make it down to beekeeping. There's always two types of business people, two types of beekeepers, those that manage the past, that always say, why should we do it? What for? We are doing okay. What's the point? And that you can bring in for registering with Dalrrd. And whatever you do, it won't help. That's the one group. They've got a false sense of security. And they are very territorial. They don't like competition. They don't easily share things. They do not like change at all. And then they're trying this. They're trying to. The next group is managing the future. Those people that say, everybody will say, no, you can't do this, and they said, but yeah, but what if? And some of those people are here in this group, and this is the group that I actually want to work with. This is the people that see the potential, that is not scared to fall in and to go that extra mile to find out what can they do. And against the greater odds, they are determined to get things done. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm just, before I go on to these two groups, I'm just going to give you the story on the two frogs that fell in milk. Now, we all know that milk is denser than water. So these frogs immediately began to sink, and there's no way that they can get out. You know, I come from Namc, and I just want to say the one frog can't swim because we can't swim, you know, but frogs can swim, so I can't even use that example. So they can't get out. So obviously, the one frog start panicking, he lose hope, and obviously drown. But the other one was paddling and thinking of ideas, clever ways and clever to get out of this milk. And as he was thinking and focusing on getting out the end goal, the milk started changing. It was start to curdle. The milk began to curdle, and eventually it changed to cottage cheese. So what did the frog do? They step on the cottage cheese and hop out. Now this is the what if group. Is that group. I'm not going to focus on the other group. I'm going to focusing on the what if group. The group that trying to find the solution to get out. Next slide, please. So I'm going to encourage everybody of you, the what ifs, to dare to be Columbus, to dare to go and your passion, your idea, to take it to the next level. Would it be easy? No, not at all. Would it be scary? Yes, scary as hell. Would you always be in control? Definitely not. So for you, I want to give you a tip. Get a little black book. That was when I started. And see yourself bigger than you think you are. When I started beekeeping, I call myself a commercial beekeeper, only with 20 hives. But before I realized I was actually a commercial beekeeper, because I keep it in my mind. So in your little black book, you put every positive thing that happened with you, a positive quote. I remember my first entry was somebody that just gave me a thumbs up, a commercial beekeeper that encouraged me to speak because he thought what I say will have an effect on the commercial beekeepers as well. So I wrote all those things down. So the next step is that we all need to remember in the wild, fortune favor the brave. Focus on your goals. And doesn't matter what, go for it. And then the tip there, write your goals. I put mine in front of the toilet because you go to the toilet a lot, and I put it in the kitchen because obviously the kitchen is where I work a lot. So I put your goals up. You see it, and before you know it, things will happen. So put your goals up on the wall. Early bird always catches the worm. It's those that is there first. Just do it. Don't sit and think. Just do it. Go over to action. Don't plan too much. You have to plan, definitely. You know what the end goal is. You know what your idea is. And currently, I see so much potential with all these things Dalrrd open up for us. So there's actually so much potential. Are we going to sit here and think, yeah, who's going to help us do this? Who's going to do that for me? The early bird will always catch the worms. The early apples that has been exported always get the better price. And then talking of apples, not all exported apples always get the big price. But why not? You see, people are so used to go back to the known, to the trusted thing that they always go. So the idea or your idea should be around something that is new, that will catch the eye immediately. Not, we are so inclined to look at what others put on the market, and then we try to better that. Yeah, that's an idea, but that won't put you in the winning streaks for long. You need to, what you've got, you need to present in a unique and different way. You need to reinvent yourself and your product, to put it in such a way that it will draw the eye immediately. And that, instead of my products are better than the others, should be the one that catch the eye. And then we all know diversity is our strength. Working together or sit and this, with this, I especially now speak to the small scale beekeepers, the developed beekeepers, those from a previous disadvantaged community. The world is your oyster because you have got so much that you can sell. You've got your stories, you've got your indigenous knowledge. I've got so many ideas for this group because I know you sit on a gold mine and work together. Diversity is our strength. We saw it in rugby. We saw it in sports, how South Africans just get together. Doesn't matter what happened, and we push through. Next slide, please. Then action. It does not have help for you to have the ideas, but you never go to the action. Just remember, every Columbus, he knew that he wanted to explore the world. He knows where he goes, where he wants to go. And he will go by boat. But his plan had to change according to the circumstances in during his voyage. Yours, the how-to and the inside, the roadmap will change from time to time. Keep your eyes on the action, on the end goal, and go over to action. Believe in yourself, persevere, because that is the actually main thing that will push you through, and strategize. That's from where you start to the end goal. That's that middle part, and always believe in yourself and go back to your black book when you're down and encourage yourself. And then the next is keep consistent steps, force yourself to move forward. I see people still, they've got businesses, and you phone them at 10 o'clock and they're still in bed. They did not do pollination. And I thought, how the hell are you a business person? You need to take consistent steps. You need to force yourself to be up first so that your ideas could set out in the public or in the market first, that people see you first. Otherwise, you have to work so much harder to get your idea to be seen. And then, as I can't stress it enough, whenever you're down, go back to your little black book and you will see how actually you progress forward. You need to understand your strength and your weaknesses, but don't focus too much on your weakness, because you know what? You can always get somebody else to fill that part where you are, where your weakness is. So Mother Teresa once said, my strength is your weakness, and my weakness is your strength. So surround yourself with people that can actually strengthen your weakness. Next slide, please. I work from a business book that I like. I always say Africa need to find, we are unique and our circumstances are unique. And we've got our own way of doing things. So we're new in the rest of the world. We're new in Europe. And I got a business book, it's a business book that Reveling in the Wild. It's business lessons out of Africa. And every time when I read it, something else pop out. Now, these were some of my first things that had an effect on me in developing my potential, because this encouraged me. They've got a few lessons to remember, and one is the power of courtesy. It's the thank you and please. If you use this regularly in your business dealings, people will know that you respect them, and respect brings back respect. Then surround yourself with positive people. Those of you that are beekeepers, we know that there's very few positive people in the bee industry. There are more people that see the doom and the gloom and who cannot change according to the way how the business develop and the strategies and the opportunities currently are. You will hear words like the beekeeping industry is doomed and things like that. Luckily, there's always those, the what ifs, that come up and see the potential. So surround yourself, viciously guard yourself against negativity, because positivity brings positivity, and there will a lot of positive things will happen to you if you surround yourself with positive people. If you make a mistake, number 3, then admit it. You know what? It's nothing. It's not a train smash, but it's a learning curve. You will learn out of that mistake. Did I ever make a success from my first business? No. My second one? No. But yes, from my third, because perseverance. And I learned a lot from the first 2, which was the successes of the rest of the business that follow. So what am I trying to say to you? You've got an idea. Don't let others kick you down. There's an opportunity in front of us. Are we going to grab it, or are we going to sit back and wait for others to do it for us? Then number 4, there's a reason why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and we need to use it in that. We need to listen more and speak less. So if you are in a conversation in a networking area, if you listen, you will hear the opportunities coming. Next slide, please. And then this one is going with number 4. Seize every occasion. Listen, in every occasion, there is something. Either you can learn, or that's a new opportunity that's coming in. And you have to grab it. You cannot sit and wait for people to do things. You have to grab every opportunity. How small it is, take that. The other one that I want to put here, we always said, I know this one and I know that one. You normally hear business people name dropping, bragging who they know. This is not what is relevant. It's who you don't know, but you will meet them on that in that occasion. That's the one that is important. The person that you currently don't know, but that you will meet during this meeting. And this is the important person, because that might just be the last one who opened the door for you. Number 6 is very important to me. I see so many people looking back. Always, in the past, we did this, and in the past, this happened. You know what? And I always say they are so busy looking back that they will walk into a lamp pole and don't even realize it. Regarding opportunities, I can tell you one thing. If you keep on looking back, you will smash into an opportunity and actually break it. Instead of, if you look forward, you will see the opportunity coming your way and grab it with both hands. And that's the same reason why I said don't surround yourself with people that is negative, because negativity brings negativity, and you won't see the opportunity is a positive thing. It will not come your way. Now, this business lessons out of Africa, the reveling in the wild, from Mike Lipkin and Riette Lascaris, they've got this kindergarten rule. And in the beginning, when I read it, I thought, oh, there's nothing that I can take away from it. But in my years, trying to find new opportunities and new businesses, this is actually becoming something that I always remember. And I'm going to take a few business practices out of this while you are actually in the way that you need to you need to keep this in mind all the way in doing business. So even though it's on a kindergarten level, think business. Always play fair. Don't take things that aren't yours. Live a balanced life. Take a nap every afternoon. Now, we business people, we don't sleep a lot. because we've got so much to do, but at least try to take a nap. So try to look after yourself and your family. The next one to me is quite important. When you go out into the world, watch out for the traffic, hold hands and stick together, and always be aware of the wonder. To me, that wonder is when things happen while my eyes are on the end goal and things are happening here. And then the last rule is the law of serendipity. Now, that is something that I think very few people are familiar with it. But basically what it said is that Lady Luck favors the one who tries. So this is actually the unexpected good fortune often comes to those who are actively engaged and open to new opportunities. Or you will hear in the industry, in the business world, they will say that one was so lucky that he got that opportunity. This is the law of serendipity. If you surround yourself with positivity, and if you go out and you do things, it will happen. So with that, next slide. This is the end of my talk. There was a request that I should speak to you on the opportunities that SABIO do for our members. It was actually not with our two-headed structure that we're following now. SABIO as a board, we are a non-profit company, and I'm in the financial side, so I did not have the permission of my board, but my chairman is here. Don't have the permission of my board to speak here on this, but my chairman, Chair Tumimobi, is here, so I do believe I can quickly focus on a few things with SABIO. So this year we changed to, we previously changed to a non-profit company, and this year we seriously take our role as the governing, body of the bee industry. We take it very serious, and we engaged with Dalrrd. We had a close relationship with all the departments of Dalrrd and trying to lift the beekeeping industry to new heights, and in the same time to address all these other issues. The bee industry currently experiences two major issues. As you all know, our bees are more resilient and are a more special bee than anybody in the world, any other bees, and it even though it's the scatolata is the same as in other areas, our bees are definitely more resilient and in a better situation than those in Europe. And it's actually due to a few things that, firstly, we're not allowed to medicate. And secondly, there's genetic qualities in our bees that make them resilient to certain diseases. And then the other third one is actually, on that answer, why we are different than the rest of Europe is the fact that our bees, they're typically women, because 90% is women, and they're very inquisitive, and they will always look under the hood and see if there's something wrong, and they will immediately remove it and sanitize it and prepare the cell for the queen. But the other big issue that we are struggling with, or the big issue that we're actually struggling with, is bee forage. Our bees are fine, but bee forage is a big issue. Our bees, the bees don't die like in other areas, and bee forage is a huge, huge issue. And SABIO, as the governing body, take responsibility, and we currently are working on a bee forage program for the rest of South Africa. Then the other one is job creation, our social responsibility, where we're also working on the development beekeepers and to get them on a level where they can become professional beekeepers and help them, assist them in the road forward. And then in being a beekeeper here, forage is a big issue, and theft and vandalism is a big story. So with that, SABIO is lobbying for the pure South African honey, for that to be recognized, the role that we actually deserve, because we all know that our honey's won huge prizes abroad, and that it is of outstanding quality. Everybody abroad want it. that you can see from the people that's coming into South Africa, and we're trying to not sell it at a very low price so that people can still make it. So yeah, if there's any other questions, I think we can go to, you can write to info@sabio.org.za. It's my email address, or you can just, for my chair, just go to chairperson@sabio.co.za. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation. I think a number of us have learned quite a lot, more specifically on the business lessons that are required to run a successful business as a whole, not just in the beekeeping and honey sector, but for everyone who's running a business. Our next presentation is going to come from Ms. Jana du Plessis. She is the CEO of Bergland Boerdery. She is a renowned beekeeper, farmer, and entrepreneur with over 37 years of experience in agriculture and sustainable farming. She is the founder of Bergland Bee Farming in 2005. She specializes in honey production, exports, and mentoring emerging farmers in beekeeping, livestock, and crop cultivation. A multiple award-winning farmer, including Northern Cape Female Farmer of the Year 2007, South African Female Farmer of Exports and Imports 2018. Jana has represented South Africa internationally, winning accolades at the UK National Honey Competition in 2024. She is dedicated to promoting sustainable beekeeping and empowering local communities through training and market access. Jana's expertise spans honeybee farming, livestock management, and agricultural innovation, making her a leading voice in the industry. I think this explains why we've kept your presentation for last, Jana, because we want to hear from farmers who have quite a number of accolades as to how to become as successful as you are, what are the challenges that are there on the ground, and what can everyone do to be at the level that you are at right now. Please take it away. Okay, everyone, can you just give us a few minutes whilst we try to get Jana on? She was muted and then unmuted. She seems to be having an issue with getting back on. I do not know if you'll have any questions for our previous speaker whilst we're trying to handle our audio issues on our end. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Ntokozo, you can go ahead.
Thanks, ma'am. I just wanted to ask from SABIO or also the Department of Agriculture with regards to the Pest Control Act, where in terms of where our bees are foraging, the neighboring people who are also farming, they use pesticides that affect our bees and they kill bees, and the bees come back and they affect the whole colony. Where can we report such, or what can we do so that at least we maybe first make them aware of their pesticide, the fumigation that they use, that it's harmful for the bees, and maybe also introduce the ones that are helpful, are friendly, because we're in a place where we are also having our bees. There is a lot of farms, but seemingly they are using bad chemicals to fumigate their food, so it also affects our bees. So I just wanted to know if there any way where we can report such, or if we can maybe have a plan how we can mitigate such operations. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that question.
Yes, I've unmuted mic right now, so I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Perfect. We can hear you, Jana. Okay, Ntokozo, your question is going to be noted, and then we'll continue. Whilst we still have Jana online, I would like for her to please continue with her presentation, and then I'll continue with the other questions. Apologies to you, Joel. I know you have your hand up as well, but I will go back to the question and answer. So we'll allow Jana to just present whilst we still have her. and we are able to hear her as well. Please take it away, Jana.
Hi guys, good day, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity that I can be part of the trade awareness of the webinar Beekeeping of Honey. Let us talk about the exporting. Can we get the next slide, please? All right. My challenges I'm facing right now, honey bee projects in South Africa for emerging bee farmers are really important for me because they need help from people that can help them to make the South African emerging bee farmers the best bee farmers in history in South Africa. The mentoring and project management are very important for any bee projects in South Africa, and that is why I, Jana, am there from South Africa to support the bee farmers in South Africa. Next slide, please. Okay, what is honey exporting? Guys, honey exporting is sometimes a really difficult one. There are lots of really important things that the guys must remember. Can you please go to the first, for the next slide, please? Okay, the first one is the quality control of honey, is to ensure the honey meets international standards for purity, moisturized contents, and excess of containment. Guys, that is really important. Please, quality control. Next slide. Certification. Guys, everyone always asks me, Jana, why do you need a certification? Guys, if you don't have a health certification, like a health certification from your nearest municipality, certification from the Department of Agriculture, that is the regular standard that the guys needed if you want to do any exportings from South Africa to overseas. Next slide. Health certificate, really important from the VAT. You guys must get it from the veterinarian so that you guys can go through with your honey to do the exportings. Next slide. Guys, labeling and packaging of honey in bottles is really, really important. If you want to do exporting overseas, please communicate with your clients. If they needed to put it in honey jars or in honey glass jars. The honey glass jars, I don't like it because if the containers is going to fall over on the shipments or even on the truck, it will break. And sometimes the guys, when they're doing exporting, there's lots of rules and lots of steps that they must do to get the results back of the honey, of the health of the honey. So guys, please, really important, labeling and packaging. Next slide. Marketing. Please do always marketing, researching, identifying the target markets and understanding their respections, import of regulation and consumers preference. Guys, please, it is really important for you and also for the guys that is doing exporting from South Africa. Next slide. Logistics. Analyze the transportations, which includes the selection, the right shipping modes of the maintenance honey quality during transport and transit. Guys, the logistics is really, really important. If you're going through the douane and everywhere, they're going to ask you all of the questions, all the certifications that you guys need to for logistics. Next slide. Quality insurance. The honey must not have any forest test or orders and should not have started to fermentate. Guys, please, honey production is really a really how do you call it? It must be quite good. It must not be, you guys will be picked up if the honey will be blended with some sugar water, with some Chinese honey. So please, the quality insurance must be really good. Next slide. Documentations, like I said again, if you guys want to do exporting, need to comply with the agriculture product standard with including requirements from the department. Please, guys, get that information from Dalrrd, from the Department of Agriculture. The guys will help you with it. Next slide. Okay, what is the advance of exporting honey from South Africa? Can you please go to the next slide? The high quality honey of South Africa products a variety of high quality honeys, such as the veldbloem, bloekom, and also wildflowers honey, which are highly valued in the international markets for their unique flowers of purity. Guys, the people of exporting overseas, they are really, our honey are really famous for the people overseas. But the main problem is that the people must remember the flora. If the guys of overseas want the honey from South Africa, they want to be, the honey must be, the flora must be really top class. Next slide. You guys can see bloekom. Bloekom, you've got the 5 different kinds of bloekom eucalyptus. Bloekom, some of the bloekoms are really popular in overseas, and some of the bloekom are not, because the taste inside the bloekom honey are really strong, and it smells like just like Vicks. I think you guys know what I mean about Vicks. So please, don't mix your honey with any other kind of honey just to get the taste back of the bloekom, please. Next slide.
Jana?
Chair, it seems like she was kicked out.
Okay, because I can see that I can't hear her or see her on my side as well. Okay.
She sent me a WhatsApp, her signal is off. So I think she will try to reconnect.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, we'll allow for the answer of the previous questions if you are able to do that for us, Rita. There was a question, I think, directed to you and the department whilst we're waiting for Jana to come back online.
Sorry, I forgot to put my mic on. I can't remember the question. To me, it was more addressed to Dalrrd, but so I did not give attention to it. But can they quickly repeat it for me, please?
Dogoza, are you still on the line to try and ask the question again?
Yes, I'm still on the line.
Can you please repeat the question, please, for SABIO?
Okay, ma'am. The question was mainly on the issues of foraging in terms of where we are situated. There are farms, but the farms are seemingly using dangerous fumigation that also affect the bees. According to the Control Act, the Pest Control Act, there are certain fumigation that can be used which are bee friendly. So how can SABIO or even Department of Land Reform or Agriculture assist in this issue, whether one trying to bring in or motivate these ones that are bee friendly so that they can use those ones mostly, or the other option is to maybe levy penalties, which is maybe the harsher way of doing business, but we try to get this better one first, where we can introduce this bee-friendly fumigation that they can use on their fruits, because it's really affecting our colonies, and it's not only on our side. I've also read about it being affecting the other ones in the Western Cape. So we are in Gauteng, we are also affected by this issue, especially in these areas where it's mainly for farmland. So how can they assist, or how can we assist each other with this type of issue so that at least we meet them out?
Okay. Yeah, okay, for that it was addressed when we had our chairman's meeting, all the provinces, and SABIO are currently busy putting a central, national group together where we will discuss this, investigate and discuss, because you have to make sure that you know where it comes from. A system where beekeepers can report that unfortunate bees are, you can't contain them. They go and harvest wherever they want. And from the farmer side, you also understand that they spray these things. But we need to make sure that we've got all the facts. So we are working together with all the provincial associations and with national, with people, knowledgeable people in the industry, and we are currently busy addressing that and advocating for safe practices, spraying practices. So at this stage, I'm not part of that group, so I can't give any feedback, but soon you will see on our Facebook and on our social media, we will report back into our members also. We are busy putting a national system on and addressing this issue because it is a big concern to all of us.
Thank you so much, Riette, for that. I think you have tried to answer Doza's question. I will then hand over back to Jana to try and have her continue with her presentation. Jana, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
About that,
Yes,
because
I can hear
the
you.
signal is really bad.
No problem at all.
All right. Can you maybe just, all right, sorry about that. Can you maybe slide just to number 4? What is the food regulation of Export South Africa, honey? On your side.
Can you see it?
Yes, go on. No, go on. Another one. Not after this, number 3. Just go to number 4. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. That's okay. Okay, what are the food regulation and exporting of South Africa, honey? Next slide, please. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, grading and marketing. Honey must be graded in market according to the standards set by the Agriculture Product Standards Act 1990. Guys, please, the grading and marketing of honey is really important. Before anything, just to do exporting overseas, you need to go and pull some samples just to get your grading back of your honey. Please go to the next slide, to the quality standards. Okay, quality standards. Honey must be specified quality standards such as being well ripped with the correct moisturized content, amazing fractures. Guys, we're going to pick you up if you're going to do exporting overseas. You need to do the COA testings for the glucose and also for the sucrose, the HO2.
Jana, are you still with us? I seem to have lost you again. Okay, we seem to have lost Jana again. She's really struggling with her connectivity. We are going to continue with our Q&A, and then after the question and answer, we'll try and see if Jana can finish off her presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A directly for her presentation. So I'll take the two hands that I have online with me. Joel, you can go through, and then you'll be followed by Kobus.
Thank you, ma'am. This question is for SABIO, obviously. But I just want to find out, I think what I've explained in one of the provinces or where I am now, there is no bee association. So the question is anybody else or anyone can open a bee association, regards of being, let's say, in the industry for many years? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel, for that question. And then Kobus. Are you able to unmute yourself? Okay. Riette, can you please try and answer the question that was asked about bee associations? Yes. Yeah, in the meantime.
Yes, bee associations is actually when there's a lot of people with the same interest around you, you can get together and decide to open a bee association, and you can get your constitution together. So from SABIO's side, we said the minute when you have proper legal documentation, that is your constitution. That is actually where the members agree, this is what we stand for, this is how we're going to conduct our business. And the minute when you've got that, you can apply to be a member of SABIO. So your members then will be affiliated to SABIO through you. So that means that whenever we've got an AGM, your members you will come and lobby on the AGM for your members. So they won't have a direct vote on the AGM, but you will vote on their behalf. So associations got a certain amount of votes, and the members will have access to SABIO, but through you, while a direct member can come and vote, come and speak on the AGM and things like that, and the others, you will speak for them. So basically, to be association is when there's like-minded people, you form the association, you get your constitution. Yes, that's it.
Thank you so much for that, Riette. Kobus, are you able to unmute yourself now? Okay, Dumi, I'll take your hand.
Am I audible? Good afternoon.
Yes, you are audible.
Awesome. Kobus just gave me a call. They can't comment. They can't unmute themselves on the mic, himself and Rian. But his concern was that, or his input was that, in terms of honey export, the importing country, for instance, if you have a client to export to in EU or outside of South Africa, the importing country should be the one that are giving the standards, import standards for us to meet. So currently there is no standard, in South Africa, but your client should be the one that is providing us with the standard that should need to be met by our honey that is coming from our shores. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dumi, for that input. I believe it was an answer to a question that was posed earlier to our presenter. I do not know if we have any other question from the floor. I did note in the chat box there are question and answers from everyone else, and we seem to still be struggling to get Jana back on. I do not know if there's any more questions that people would like to to ask right now. We do still have a bit of time for us to engage further. We would have really loved to hear Jana and for her to share more on this presentation. Please kindly note that even if she's unable to continue or finish off her presentation, it will be shared with everyone along with her contact details so that we are able to engage with her as well. And we are able to ask the questions that people might seemingly have for her as well. I am really struggling to get a hold of her. I haven't heard anything, colleagues. Have you tried getting a hold of her? Okay, we are not winning on the side of Jana, unfortunately, on our end, but everyone will get all the presentations that were presented today. I think it went very well, and I don't seem to have any other questions online. There is 1 or 2 questions that I've seen, but those are directed to Jana, and she's not here to be able to answer for herself. We aren't able to also get her on her cell phone, so we truly apologize on her behalf. We know how much she wanted to share this presentation. She's been with us since early hours of the morning, trying to check her connectivity and going through the presentation with us. But unfortunately, due to network issues and this not being physical, we have lost her. We have gone through the next part of our agenda, which is the question and answer part. We have gone through that, and I don't see any new hand. And we've seen a lot of answers on the chat box as well. Thank you so much to everyone who participated. I think, Dumi, yes, I'll give you just before we hand over to Bernard to close off. Yes, Dumi.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for taking me on this call. I just wanted to also a few inputs coming from the SABIO side. Firstly, let me thank everybody who joined on this call. And I think we will then later on do the post-event meeting with the NAMC, Dalrrd, and dtic on the I've seen a lot of questions and that are coming from the chat box that needs to be really responded to. And also I wanted to mention in terms of registration of beekeepers with Dalrrd, I know that there have been a few hiccups in terms of registration and all. I think it has been responded to, but I would have loved for Dalrrd to also to what are the implications if you're not registered with Dalrrd? What's going to happen if I wake up tomorrow and I say I have a beekeeping facility or whatever, and I don't have, but I want to register? What are the implications for me? We are also in the industry faced with a lot of fake honey that is coming in through our shores. I know Dalrrd has been doing a lot of work, and in terms of inspection throughout the country. They've started in KZN, Gauteng, and a few weeks ago they were in the Northern Cape. I would have loved for them to give feedback on what were the findings and what does it mean to us as authentic honey producers of South Africa. What does it mean for us to have this influx of fake honey into the country? I just feel that we summarized a lot on other things. We were not really more practical, but I think we will have that briefing later on. But I also wanted to encourage everyone that is in here to join the local associations. We've got Northerns in Limpopo side, we've got Southerns in south of Gauteng, we've got Eastern Highveld, with the Western Cape. We have associations where most of communication goes out to. And we are we have a strategic partnership, a relationship with Dalrrd, with also the local provincial governments, SABIO, and therefore whatever that that we want to, or the local provincial governments and national government wants to communicate with the beekeepers, it goes through us, and then we take it to the local associations. In terms of registration as well, for instance, the communication has been going to local associations which are SABIO members. So I will encourage those that are not part of local associations, please do so. They've also have been a lot of information in terms of EU export market that goes out to our members. We've got strategic partners, passport partners that have partnered with SABIO to see the rolling out of this export market into the EU. And I also wanted to emphasize the point that exporting honey, it's not just waking up and say, I have got enough honey that I can, but there's a lot of paperwork that goes, that we need to comply with. Like I said earlier, that the importing country sent us the specification that needs to be met. And when I say us, I mean the country, and it goes to Dalrrd, to the national office. And there's quite a lot of work that has been done thus far in terms of getting us compliant with export market, and that information can be shared or easily be accessible when you are part of the local associations. Yeah, that's all that I wanted to say, but thank you so much for allowing us this platform to partner with you in terms of sharing information with our members and local, normal association, not association, normal beekeepers that are general in the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dumi, for that. I think you've summed it up quite well in encouraging people to join their bee associations, which are close to them, and some of the benefits that they can reap from joining such associations, such as SABIO. Thank you so much, and we look forward to interacting and debrief with you and the departments as well after this engagement. Thank you once again to everyone who participated today for all the engagement. It was quite fruitful. Thank you for the presenters as well. Thank you for sharing all the information that you've shared with us. I am one of the people who have learned quite a lot from today. One of being the World Bee Day. Please don't forget, it's on the 20th of May. I've learned quite a lot on business as well, and the business of beekeeping and being in the honey, as well as the entire value chain, in actual fact, that it doesn't just end with it being pollinators for the other industries in the agricultural space, but that it goes on to honey and other honey products as well. So thank you so much to everyone. I'll now hand over to Mr. Bernard Manganyi, who will do our closing remarks. Bernard is an agricultural economist at the National Agricultural Marketing Council, known as Namc, specializing in smallholder market access research and policy analysis. He holds an MSc in agricultural economics from the University of Pretoria. He's a professional experienced in roles such as agricultural economics, agricultural practitioner, teaching assistant, information officer, as well as a research assistant. His research interests cover themes such as climate change, technology adaptation, and agricultural market dynamics. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Please take it away for your closing remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to present this closing remark for this impactful webinar. Indeed, this is a testament to the power of collaboration between government departments, particularly National Department of Agriculture and the National Agricultural Marketing Council.
Bernard?
Okay. Should I start from the beginning or?
No, we heard the first introductory part.
Okay, thank you. Let me proceed. I was saying that this is the testament of power of collaboration between National Department of Agriculture and National Agricultural Marketing Council. We really appreciate the participation of other key stakeholders such as DTIC, SABIO, Bergland. Today's discussion indeed have not only highlighted the key or critical potential of our beekeeping sector, but also demonstrated what we can achieve if we work together towards a common goal. I would like to extend my special gratitude to all the participants who accounted about 241 or more who joined us online. So this huge number of participation really reflects a growing commitment to embracing a new ways of engagement and adapting to a new normal of digital connectivity. And I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to our hardworking communication team for making this webinar possible, and our chairperson for guiding us throughout this webinar to this success. And specifically, I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the presenters who gave informative presentation. Specifically, I would like to thank Mr. Mpho Sekgala for his insightful opening address, which really set the tone of today's discussion. His presentation made us aware that the role of beekeeping indeed is not limited to food security and environmental sustainability, but it extends to a driver of economic opportunities and inclusive growth. And then we also have a wonderful presentation regarding the export promotion and market incentive. So this presentation indeed covers the export opportunities, which was presented by Ms. Nxalati Mashele. I would like to extend my gratitude to her. So this presentation indeed emphasizes on the Export Marketing Investment Assistance Scheme, which has a potential to unlock global opportunities. So for beekeepers to qualify for this, they need to adhere to a certain compliance, particularly the CPIC registration, tax, BEE certificate, to mention a few. So this gives us a roadmap on how to really access these funding opportunities or export opportunities. So moving forward, we also had another presentation from DTIC by Mr. Mahlatse Mothapo. He really indeed presented insightful presentation regarding funding programs. His presentation really focused on the financial support available to our beekeeping and honey sector, providing a clear roadmap on how to overcome financial challenges. This support covers the innovation, manufacturing, and infrastructure clusters, basically focusing on the business cycle focusing on every development stage of a business cycle. So moving forward, I would also like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Charles Nengovhela for his presentation on the beekeeping legislation in South Africa. This is a critical component in making sure that we adhere to the standard. He mainly focused on the Agricultural Pest Act, including mandatory beekeeping registration and hive marking and movement restriction to be able to control diseases so that we can maintain sustainability within the bee sector. So moving forward, I would also like to send my sincere gratitude to Mr. Rofhiwa Nethanani for his incredible informative presentation on beekeeping regulation and inspection services. His presentation was clear on explaining the registration process, compliance requirements, disease control measures that are very crucial in contributing to protecting these important pollinators. And we also have learned that bee plays an indispensable role in our ecosystem and food security, and their protection requires our collective effort. So while we acknowledge the the registration process. We also acknowledge the challenges in the registration process. He really discussed this in detail, and we appreciate the commitment of the department to improving this system and welcome the ongoing dialogue with other stakeholders to introduce online registration system. So this registration basically takes a month, and those who applied, he mentioned that if they didn't receive a feedback, they are more welcome to send the registration forms again, because they move to a centralized a system process that improve efficiency. So I would also like to thank Ms. Edith Ramocaedi, or I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing this well. So she gave a very engaging presentation on regulation of honey and mixtures of bee products destined to sale in Republic of South Africa. So this is a very crucial aspects in terms of trade in honey, because if we've seen in the past the alteration or the food fraud in the honey sector is very high, and is very difficult to detect if it's legit or not. So she detailed the processes of making sure that the honey is legitimate and can be traced back to where it comes from. So this speaks to traceability. We know that honey is a really prized product, which has a well-documented health benefits, and it also, as I mentioned, face high risk such as adulteration. With local production only meeting maybe approximately half of the South Africans' demand. So the supply gap creates this opportunity of food fraud. And I would also like to mention that the department is putting efforts in terms of making sure that they inspect these kind of products in certain outlets in South Africa. So with that, the challenges also remain in terms of the trade or the production of honey in South Africa. The main challenges that we mentioned is theft and vandalism, which cut across other agricultural sectors. This is a common problems in our agricultural system. So this would really require a multifaceted approach in terms of addressing these kind of problems. And then we also had a fascinating presentation by Ms. Riette Van Zyl. I sent my sincere gratitude to her for delivering this beautiful presentation, which focus on unlocking growth and profitability in beekeeping. So the approach that I liked in this is that she used a frog analogy, which reminds us that success comes to those who persist, just like our resilient South African honeybees. So her key messages were see the challenge as an opportunity in those who are striving to be successful in the business world, take consistent action towards your goals, work together through associations so that you can have common problems to solve. And then another speaker came in just a few minutes ago to emphasize on the importance of association so that they can be able to disseminate information to the larger stakeholder or directly affected groups. So let's take that important and utilize these opportunities to move together. So with that being said, I would like to all the participants, your thoughtful questions and engagements today, what transformed the theoretical knowledge to action. And I would like to thank you for your active participation. So what we need to do, we need to utilize these opportunities that are presented today. Let's visit the website. Let's contact directly the people who presented. The presentation will be sent to the participant who showed the willingness to receive them. And in my final words, I know this is the end of the webinar, and I believe that our work as a National Department of Agriculture and National Agricultural Marketing Council continues. And I hope that you will be prosperous in your honey bee business, and we may meet again to celebrate the fruits of today's shared information. And with that being said, I would like to say thank you and have a productive week ahead. And Chair, I would like to take it back to you to close. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't think I can close any further from your great closing remarks, Mr. Manganyi. Thank you so much. Once again, everyone, thank you very much for participating and actually joining us for the morning and part of the afternoon as well. We hope you have a great further of the day. Please be reminded that if you participated today, if you joined the session, you will get all the presentations that were here today, even the one from Jana, who wasn't able to finish it off, but you'll receive it. Thank you and good luck with all your endeavors in the beekeeping and honey sector. We hope that it will be prosperous, as Mr. Bernard has said. Gregory, I do see your hand. I do not know if you want to close after closing, but the meeting is now closed, everyone. Thank you so much and goodbye. Thank you so much, colleagues, as well, for a successful webinar. Thank you for your support and for presenting whenever the speaker wasn't able to present, and for everyone who was able to answer on the chat box as well when there were questions which weren't being able to be answered on the floor. Thank you so much. It's always great working with all of you. Goodbye.